bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré.
ẹrù ìyá rẹ̀ ń bá ní.
bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré.
ọmọ ẹkún wo ni ọmọ ẹkún wo ni.
bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré.
ẹrù ìyá rẹ̀ ń bá ní.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn bá ìlà bẹ̀rẹ̀ fẹ́.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn fàtó ìyá ní.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn bá ìlà sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn fàtó ìyá ní.
Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ṣé ẹ ti ń bọ̀ dán? Ṣé ẹ ti ń bọ̀ dán? Ẹ sábà tó mi. Ẹ sábà tó mi. Ẹ bá wá obìnrin àlòkù.
Ẹ dé Kútọ́nù, a máa yà sí mi sẹ́bọ̀, a máa làwọ̀ yóò bá dé lọ́pàá ńkó kiri.
Ẹ bá wá obìnrin àlòkù.
Ẹ dé Kútọ́nù, a máa yà sí mi sẹ́bọ̀, a máa làwọ̀ yóò bá dé lọ́pàá ńkó kiri.
Àlè wọ́n wọ́n wò ìwọ̀n wọ́n wò.
Lọ́pàá ńkó kiri.
Ìkó wọ́n wò ìkó wọ́n wò.
Lọ́pàá ńkó kiri.
Ìwọ̀n wọ́n lẹ̀ ìwọ̀n wọ́n lẹ̀.
Lọ́pàá ńkó kiri.
Ìkó wọ́n wò ìkó wọ́n wò.
Lọ́pàá ńkó kiri.
1990, Sharp Rock jumps upon the scene with a lean and a pocket full of green. The green doesn't symbolize I made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a shock. The tone of the Popeye cut shook your butt. Kids are screaming, the media says what? Kind of music is this for you to dance to? The man with the plan and the band demands you. Leave the smack and the crack for the whack, for the ball and the knock, keep a smile like that. Leave the knife and the gun in the store and ignore temptation sent by the nation. Racial game cause his pain needs a new rep.
Ebulo sọ̀nà sọ̀dí kan wò ó.
Okay now.
Tupẹ̀sẹ̀ bí fi máa ń pẹ́. Àsìpadà wa tàbí wọ́n ní ìfọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n.
Okay.
Ọkọ̀ yẹn ló fi fíìmù. Ìdílé anya. Màmá mú sí na nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jelu mba, o wee bute ike. Ọganihu na-ebute ile nwanne m. Ọ na-emewe nke ya dịka akpa ya chọkwa.
Yẹ orin tí fẹ́ kọ orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún lè jẹ ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ òdò lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
And there it is right there, Okoluremi. So this thing has cut off my, if I make the adjustments now, it probably make it even on. Okoluremi. So Okoluremi and Olure. And apologies by the way, if you're hearing some buzzing sound, it's my rickety old laptop suddenly getting a bit funky. So hopefully it's not too disturbing or too off-putting. Okoluremi, I was saying, Oluremi and the Okoluremi, they are presently spending your CBN dollars in France at the moment. So there it is right there. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So we started off with that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So we started off with that, and then we invite you to click on the like button. You know, we always invite you to click on the like button. A few of you listen, too many of you don't. So we need you. If you don't viscerally recoil, if it doesn't jar your senses in any particular way to click on the like button, then please do it. It's to all of the benefits from for the platform and at no disadvantage to yourself. So if it doesn't cut through you like knife through butter, to have to click on the like button, then go on and do that. Click on the like button. We want to hit we want to hit a minimum of 9, not 9, no. We want to hit a minimum, hopefully we have 9 already or more. We want to hit a minimum of 100 likes in the course of this stream and in the course really of every stream. So if you've not already clicked on the like button, then I'm inviting you to do it right now. So if nothing prevents you from doing it, everything encourages you to do it. So do it. Click on the like button. Click on the like button. So do that. And if you're not already subscribed as well, can you please do that? We're looking for 10 new subscribers. You see, I've even flashed it up in the comment section. We're looking for 10 new subscribers in the course of this session. Hopefully we do get it. There's no reason why we shouldn't get it. And we will especially get it if you're not already subscribed and you go on and do that. So if you subscribe and you're not already subscribed, yeah, you set us on our way to that 10 subscribers this stream. So we need those 10 subscribers to cross over a particular threshold. So tip us over that threshold by availing us of your subscription. So like and subscribe. That rather long-winded essay that I just delivered. So like and subscribe. And then, of course, share the link as well. There's no different here everywhere else you go. Like, share, subscribe, and link. That seems to now be the new mantra of contemporaneous time. So no different here. Like, share, and subscribe. So do all those things. And then if you want to encourage the platform in any particular way, we have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats per stream. So there's a $sign at the bottom, especially of the YouTube space, and there are star signs in the Facebook space. I'm not sure what the equivalent is on Twitter and Instagram, but whatever those equivalents are, we have a minimum expectation of 5 somewhat donations towards the stream. So you'll be the first to set us off on that as well. So set us off on those. Like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. It's a if you're new to this space, it's a conversational space. So it's not just me reciting what my thoughts are and then calling it a day. No, I send a link into the comment section, which invites you into the studio to either agree, disagree, or add a new inflection to the conversation. So that's how it works. So if you want to be an active, in fact, it is encouraged. It's an active participant sport. So your participation is highly encouraged, especially if you've never been on before. We are forever canvassing and harvesting for new voice. We are forever in that foraging for new voices. So let's forage in your direction and capture your voice on the screen. If you have the eloquence and you have the richness of depth of understanding and you have a particular thing about you, that is especially you that we're looking for. So all those things, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen, super chat towards the stream, and all of those funky things. Do those things and your body will be subsumed, consumed, overwhelmed with a glowing feeling of warmth. Try it and then report back. Do all those things I've just said, and then you just feel a sudden feeling of well-being, well from within, and overflow your body. So do those things. The doctor recommends it. Do those things. The doctor recommends it. Pardon me. Do those things. The doctor recommends it. So let's kick it off. Start it off with this one. So we kick it off and start it off with this one. Justin, former head of state, go on, issues warning, backs TINUBU, selects leaders for 2027. So there's an inherent contradiction in the latter half of that headline. He backs TINUBU, but then selects leader for 2027. So which leaders is he selecting? Is it to contend with TINUBU? And if he is backing with TINUBU, then why is he seeking contention with him? We'll find out soon enough. I wonder why they don't refer to Gowon as president. It was actually Babangida that introduced that inflection, that terminology to a military head of state. So traditionally, historically, anybody that comes to power via the barrel of a gun in Nigeria, we call them a head of state. But when Babangida came in, his ego was that all-consuming, that he felt he was a cut above the fray, and he branded himself president. And then subsequently, all the following suit coup plotters, they called themselves presidents ever since. So if we are accepting then that Babangida was a president, and we're of the knowledge that we did not vote for him to become a president, he became a president via the barrel of a gun. If we are accepting that, then we should then retrospectively apply it to people that preceded him. So really, they should really be referring to Gowon as former president, or refer to Babangida as a former head of state. So you can't have one and the other both at the same time. But back to it. Pardon me. Former head of state Gowon issues warning, backs TINUBU, selects leader for 2027. So what's going on here? Wagwan. Former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, retired, has cautioned the northern part of the country against tearing Nigeria apart. Gowon, who spoke whilst hosting a delegation from the Senator Ibrahim Shekarau-led League of Northern Democrats at the Yakubu Gowon Center in Abuja, urged northern elites to prioritize the collective interest of Nigeria over narrow regional concerns. So I'm not sure that that has ever happened in the, if that happens, that will be a new inflection into the space. I'm not sure that that has never ever happened in the history of Nigeria, that our priority has been given to what constitutes national interest over and above the peculiarity of our satellite regional interest. We're certainly not seeing it playing out in the politics now, with the Eagles championing Obi as though it was the second coming, and the North looking for a champion, and the Yorubas were wondering if they should back TINUBU or not. So it's always been regional interest, never been anything else other than. Former head of state General Yakubu Gowon has cautioned the northern part of the country against tearing Nigeria apart. Gowon, who spoke whilst hosting a delegation from the Senator Ibrahim Shekarau-led League of Northern Democrats, LND, at the Yakubu Gowon Center in Abuja, urged northern elites to prioritize the collective interest of Nigeria over narrow regional concerns. The former head of state's warning comes amidst growing agitation for power to return to the north, barely a year after President TINUBU took office. Correspondents report that the let's do that entirely all over again. Sorry, I lost my stride there. Former head of state Yakubu Gowon has cautioned the northern part of the country against tearing Nigeria apart. Gowon, who spoke whilst hosting a delegation from the Senator Ibrahim Shekarau-led League of Northern Democrats at the Yakubu Gowon Center in Abuja, urged northern elites to prioritize the collective interests of Nigeria over narrow regional concerns. The former head of state's warning comes amidst growing agitation for power to return to the north, barely a year after President Bola Tinubu took office. Correspondents report that northerners have been citing marginalization, even though former President Muhammadu Buhari, a northerner, served for 8 years, leaving the country in a deplorable state in 2023. Gowon on Wednesday called for the North to foster unity and collaboration across Nigeria's diverse regions, rather than pursuing narrow regional interest. He also reflected on his time as head of state, noting the challenges of maintaining national unity amidst regional tensions and secession threats during his administration. So if there's anybody that is best placed to empathize with what TINUBU is going on right now, I suspect it will be Yakubu Gowon, because are almost identical. The Southeast are up in arms. The North feel they are marginalized. The Southwest feel that's the most whole situation, and everything sharply divided along regional lines. So if there was anybody positioned to understand that, certainly Gowon. Gowon on Wednesday called for the North to foster unity and collaboration across Nigeria's diverse regions rather than pursuing narrow regional interests. He also reflected on his time as head of state, noting the challenges of maintaining national unity amidst regional tensions and secession threats during his administration. The elder statesman expressed concern over the current challenges facing northern Nigeria, including insecurity, disunity, and social issues like poverty and drug addiction. He commended the effort of the LND to address these issues and promote unity in the north and across Nigeria. Gowon's stance is similar to a recent submission of former presidential spokesperson Doyin Okupe, who, in an interview, said TINUBU or the South must have another 4 years before power returns to the north. Meanwhile, Senator Ibrahim Shekarau, chairman of the LND, described Gowon as a symbol of unity and resilience. He commended the retired general for his leadership during Nigeria's most challenging periods and his continued commitment to the nation. Gowon also encouraged the LND, so he goes on to tail off into niceties, but really, I think somewhat, because we're now in the build-up to the 2027 elections. Have no equivocations about that. We're in the build-up now to the 2027 elections. So the runners and riders have been identified and positions have been adopted, and how the election is going to play out is being fleshed out. So there are different possibilities. So there's the possibility that the North, they present a strong champion to try and wrestle power from Tinubu's hands. So that's their probably number one go-to stance. That is what they would most from the bottom of their hearts. That's what they would most preferably prefer to adopt, if that's not a misuse of language there. So that would be their number one preference, to have another come up and challenge Tinubu and wrestle power from him. So that's their first go-to. But the South is signaling to that narrative to say, look, listen, we have this agreement in place, and it would not wash, it would not wear if you try to wrestle power from the South. So that position now is being adopted fervently. The South has to serve its full complement of 8 years. So if the South is able to push that narrative with the necessary aggression that it needs to be pushed with, then it puts the North in somewhat of a quagmire. It puts them in a quagmire. So the decisions they have to make then is, do they suffer Tinubu one more term, and are they really suffering Tinubu, or is it doing the necessary, which is to clean up their mess, which has always been the history of the country? They come and make a mess. Somebody else comes in to clean it up. So do they suffer Tinubu, or do they push to get rid of Tinubu? And if they push to get rid of Tinubu, if they try and foist a northerner onto the nation, how would that play out? Because, of course, if they foist a northerner onto the nation, then that northerner almost certainly serves 8 years. So it would then be 8 years Buhari, rudely interrupted by a 4-year Tinubu, and back to the north. So will the South wear that? And the suspicion and the echoes ricocheting out of the South is that the South would not suffer that. So the South would not suffer power transiting to the North. So if that message takes the adaptation within the North, if they adopt that message, if they take that on board, then how do they play it? Do they surrender to Tinubu, which I already said, or do they look for a new Southern champion to wrestle power from Tinubu? So now, if they look for a new Southern champion to wrestle power from Tinubu, then it puts them in somewhat of a precarious situation, because there's only one option they have in the South. We'll get to that in a moment. If they decide to adopt a Southerner to wrestle power from Tinubu, then that Southerner has 8 years constitutionally available. So if this guy gets into power, whoever that Southerner is, and Peter Obi seems to be the one that comes out of that narrative, if he gets into power, you can be without any second thought, you can be certain that he's going to spend his full eight years, especially that the Southeast has never had power. They are pushing with the strongest of their might to come into that relevance in this particular scenario we're in. So if Peter Obi gets in, he serves 8 years. And if he serves 8 years, that is the North done. Because for all of the reforms that Tinubu is doing, if Peter Obi gets in, it will decimate the North. And they know that. It will decimate them and destroy them in perpetuity. So they know that. So now what other option is there? The only other option is Goodluck Jonathan. So Goodluck Jonathan ticks all the boxes. Goodluck Jonathan gets rid of Tinubu for them. That's one. Goodluck Jonathan only has 4 years left to serve constitutionally, because he's been president for 6 years actually. If Goodluck Jonathan actually wins that presidency, he will be the first president in Nigeria's history to take the oath of office as a civilian president 3 times. Because he took the oath of office when he took over from Yar'Adua, he took the oath of office when he won an election by himself, and if he goes on to be pushed through and he wins again, he'll be the first president to take the oath of office 3 times in Nigeria's journey with democracy. So there's that. But so that's the only option. If they can get Goodluck Jonathan to run, it gets rid of Tinubu. It assures them that in 4 years' time, the power will transit back to them, and it still keeps that agreement that power transits to the South for 2 terms. So Goodluck Jonathan is the only option for the North, and the only real threat to Tinubu's second term, I submit, might well be Goodluck Jonathan. But we'll see how it play out, because everything very much in play now. The politics for 2027 is already begun. If you don't know, then maybe you don't belong in Nigerian politics, but the politics for 2027 has already begun. So the politics for 2027 has already begun. So that politics begins. But where should I take you next? Or let me take you. All right, let me take you to this one. Actually, this is Peter Obi's reaction to the refinery that came upstream in Port Harcourt, just like was it 2 days ago or yesterday thereabouts. So this is the thing about Peter Obi, though. They've been slaughtering people like they were going out of you know. Yes, I did say good luck Jonathan can contest. I said it's the best chance for the North, Niger man. So they've been slaughtering they've been slaughtering people like turkeys for Christmas in the southeast, but why is this not coming off? All right. They've been slaughtering people like Christmas turkeys in the southeast, but Peter Obi radio silence on that, of course, because there's nothing on this earth that will bring him to be critical of his own people, because his own politics, the totality of his politics it wraps around ethnic jingoism. But if anything happens somewhere else, very quickly Obi takes to Twitter. Nigeria's refinery, the Port Harcourt one, starts to function. 3-4 presidents, 3-4 administrations have tried to bring this thing on stream without success. It succeeds in this instance. Does TINUBU get the attribution? It will be unfair that it does, because they've been pushing very aggressively to fix those refineries under Buhari. So I think the culmination of it just lands on TINUBU. But of course, in Yoruba language, as they say, Igbenyin, Lale Alionta, Igbenyin, you know, Egun to kokojo at Egun to Benyido and all that. But how is Peter Obi reacting to it? How is Peter Obi reacting to it? Peter Obi reacts as Port Harcourt Refinery begins operation. I'm sure he will try to put a dampener on it, and he'll do that. We cannot continue like this, that he always does. Former Anambra State Governor and presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has congratulated the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited for the successful revitalization of the old Port Harcourt refinery. Obi, who was reacting to the announcement by the NNPCL on Tuesday that the 60,000 barrel per day old refinery has been revamped and has commenced operations again, said though the news was a welcome development. So when you hear though, then it will then pivot back to that Dawa campaign of calumny that now seems to be the war. You know, that's Peter Obi is a one-trick pony. You know, it's like a circus pony that has only been taught to gallop in one way. It's just a campaign of calumny all the way through. We cannot continue like this. We cannot. That's the sum totality of what constitutes opposition. Peter Obi style. Peter Obi reacts as Port Harcourt Refinery begins operation. So we speed through it. Former Anambra State Governor and presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, has congratulated the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, NNPCL, for the successful revitalization of the old Port Harcourt refinery. Obi, who was reacting to the announcement by the NNPCL on Tuesday that the 60,000 barrel per day old refinery has been revamped and has commenced operations again, said though the news was a welcome development, Nigerians are still awaiting the full impact and benefits to be derived from the turnaround of the refinery. So Nigerians await. The refinery was turned around. It started operations yesterday. 60 tankers left there. So I'm not quite sure if it's the rescue plan, but it's just really. It's just tokenism, so it doesn't constitute anything other than all of these moribund refineries. It looks as though now they are starting to kickstart them again. So I'm not quite sure that Port Harcourt refinery is going to impact in any significant way on Nigeria's demand for petrol. Obi, who was reacting to an announcement by NNPCL on Tuesday that the 60,000 barrel per day old refinery has been revamped and has commenced operations again, said though the news was a welcome development, Nigerians are still awaiting the full impact and benefits to be derived from the turnaround of the refinery. In a statement posted on his official X handle on Wednesday, Obi wrote, "I wish to congratulate the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation for fulfilling the long-standing promise of revamping the old Port Harcourt refinery. The refinery, which comes on stream, boasts an installed production capacity of 60,000 barrels of crude oil per day. Approximately 200 trucks are expected to load products daily from the refinery." So that's a that's a misinformation right there. Because one, when they did the ceremony to all of that, they told us that that thing was functioning at 70% capacity. So at 70% capacity, there should be no expectations that 200, because that's a full capacity expectation right there. So even the agency itself that has brought this thing back on stream has told us that it's functioning at 70% capacity. So that's Peter B misdirecting then, only then to pick the criticism a few months down the line. The refinery, which comes on stream, boasts an installed production capacity of 60,000 barrels of crude oil per day. Approximately 200 trucks are expected to load products daily from the refinery. Nigerians now await the corresponding impact and benefits on pump prices and the overall economy. Additionally, news of the Kaduna refinery's revival is promising, as it is expected to boost productivity, improve transportation, and alleviate economic burdens across the country. While we acknowledge these achievements as a step in the right direction, it is crucial to emphasize the importance of transparency in the operation. You see, he has to put a caveat, he has to put a dampener on it, because anything succeeding under TINUBU is to the detriment of Obi's ambition and his followers. So anything that stands as a plus point for TINUBU is very much to the disadvantage of Peter Obi, because if TINUBU starts to show that he's working and people visibly see that he is working to the improvement of things, and they onboard this improvement, then that detracts from the campaign of calumny that Obi and is a bunch of howlers at the moon are embarked upon. Additionally, news of the Kaduna, we are not seeing any super chats, by the way. Can we see some super chats come through, please? Additionally, news of the Kaduna refinery's revival is promising, as it is expected to boost productivity, improve transportation, and alleviate economic burdens across the country. While we acknowledge these achievements as a step in the right direction, it is crucial to emphasize the importance of transparency in the operations of the NNPC. Nigerians deserve clarity and accountability regarding the management of the nation's vital oil resources, ensuring that the benefits of increased refining capacity reach every Nigerian. How can and how will it will only reach the Nigerians that is impactful on? It cannot reach. They say something to reach every Nigerian. It's just that's just empty-headed talk, isn't it? How can any benefit reach every Nigerian? It will reach the Nigerians who are in positions, who are in a dependency for it to impact on them. Just nonsense talk. Nigerians deserve clarity and accountability regarding the management of the nation's vital oil resources, ensuring that the benefits of increased refining capacity reach every Nigerian, and that the gains are used to support long-term development. A new Nigeria is possible. So that there he is right there, still campaigning against the tide of the wind this guy is going. But we were saying that we is never critical of the Southeast, his own homestead, now becoming sort of a den of iniquitous excesses, or whatever superlative that can describe just the godlessness that is going on there. the godlessness that is going on there. Gunmen attack innocent company showroom in Anambra State, abduct 3 persons. So it's just another Tuesday in the Southeast, isn't it? When was it ever not the case that this was the case? It's just it's a den of excesses, isn't it? Just rank criminality all the way through. Gunmen attack innocent company showroom in Anambra State, abduct 3 people. All right, it's a short read, so let me whiz through it. The Anambra State Police Command has confirmed a gunman. The Anambra State Police Command has confirmed. They said a gunman, so that's what tripped me. But then this is coming from Sahara reporters, of course. So you expect it to be barely literate. The Anambra State Police Command has confirmed that should read gunmen attacked. That should say a gunman attack. That my God, I have to read it how it should read rather than how it's written. The Anambra State Police Command has confirmed that gunmen attacked let me read it how it's written. The Anambra State Police Command has confirmed a gunman attack and abduction of 3 persons at the motorcycle showroom of the popular Nigerian vehicle producer. I'm glad they said producer, not manufacturer, because there's been this debate, of course, that Innocent Motor is an assembly plant, not a manufacturer. So producer may well be a middle ground description. The Anambra State Police Command has confirmed a gunman attack and abduction of 3 persons at the motorcycle showroom of the popular Nigerian vehicle producer Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing in Nnewi, Anambra State. The public relations officer of the command, SP Tochukwu Ikenga, who made this known in a statement issued in Awka, the state capital, said that the incident occurred at the company showroom located along Owerri Road, Nnewi, at 6:45 p.m. on Tuesday. Ikenga said that the police had launched a joint security forces offensive operation for possible rescue of the abductees and arrest of the abductors. He said the police command is determined and is already working with information obtained from the scene for the ongoing rescue operation. The command also urges residents or anyone with useful information that will aid the investigation to come forward, etc., etc. So that's it. It's just another day, and in another day in paradise. It's just another day in paradise in the Southeast, isn't it? When was it not a slaughter fest in the Southeast? So Dangote responds to the upstreaming of Port Harcourt as the price war ensues. Dangote announces petrol price cheaper than Port Harcourt Refinery in new advert, 6 buyers. So it will take some explaining to explain that Dangote's oil is cheaper than the one being produced by the government, because the government should be producing at a marginal profit to the benefit of the people, and Dangote should be looking to maximize his profit. So how can Dangote's oil be cheaper than the government's oil? Petrol. Dangote announces petrol price cheaper than Port Harcourt Refinery in new advert, 6 buyers. 6 buyer. Dangote Petroleum Refinery appears to have intensified efforts to win marketers to buy its petroleum products. So we do need this price war, by the way. We are waiting for Abdul Salam Rabiu to come on stream as well. I think he's building something that near rivals Dangote somewhere in the south or thereabouts. This could be seen from its recent advert reminding of the high quality petrol of the firm and how marketers can make further inquiry. The advert, as seen on its X handle, reads, high quality PMS for your vehicles and engine, and also good for the environment. Buy minimum of 2 million liters at 970 naira per liter. So it's gotten to that now that if it's having to hustle for buyers, that will tell you that it's overpriced. because when they margin their margins, what it doesn't even leave them room to really make a profit. It's easy, really. If it sells it to them at 970 and they can only margin it by about 30-40 naira, then you know. For further inquiries, the contacts to reach were also made available by the Giant Refinery. This is coming amidst reports that crude oil processing has now begun at River State Port Harcourt Refining Company, PHRC. So this might well be even a different refinery still. So this is not the. I suspect this might not be the government refinery. Is this? Let me just check that. Oh, all right, let's go with that anyway. Let's take it from. Let me just check if it's a long reader. Okay, let's take it from top again. Yes, Dangote Petroleum Refinery appears to have intensified efforts to win marketers to buy its petroleum products. This could be seen from its recent adverts, reminding of the high-quality petrol of the firm and how marketers can make further inquiries. The advert was seen on its X account. High-quality PMS petrol for your vehicle and engine, and also good for the environment. Buy minimum of 2 million liters at 970 naira per liter. For further inquiry, the contacts to reach were also made available at the Giant Refinery. This is coming amidst reports that crude oil processing has now begun at River State Port Harcourt Refining Company Limited. Femi Shoneye, the Chief Corporate Communications Officer for the state-owned oil company, verified this information via his X handle with a video of the refinery. He disclosed that the oil facility owned by the Nigerian government is currently operating at 60% capacity. They told us 70, now it's 60. You know, for all of the hoopla and noise around this Port Harcourt refinery, 6 months down the line, they will tell us that it has broken down, and we'll back to the cycle of turnaround maintenance. The refinery, located at Eleta Eleme in Port Harcourt, has an installed capacity of 150,000 barrels per day. But according to the NNPC, it's producing about 90,000 barrels per day at the moment, with plans to ramp up production in the coming months. In an earlier report, correspondents reported that the price of premium motor spirit produced by the old Port Harcourt refinery is 75 naira per liter more. Aha! This shouldn't be. It's 75 naira per liter more than that of Dangote Refinery. The Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria has said Dr. Joseph Ebele, the association's public relations officer, made this announcement at the refinery's formal reopening ceremony, which now processes 60,000 barrels per day. He claimed that the NNPCL charges 1,045 naira per liter for petrol, a discrepancy of 75 naira, whilst Dangote sells to marketers at 970. Correspondents reported that marketers have set the beginning of petrol production. Let's do it again. Correspondents have reported that marketers have said the beginning of petrol production from the Port Harcourt refinery will deepen competition and ensure price reduction and availability. So that's not been the case. So if they are spiking up from Dangote, then it doesn't force Dangote up. If it doesn't force Dangote down, it forces him up. So if it's selling at 917 now, and you are selling at 1,045, and then the narrative then will quickly change that 970 is a promotional price, and the real price will come out soon. Then he will just come in marginally under NNPC. So if they are not actually forcing him down, they may well force him up. Correspondents reported that marketers have said the beginning of petrol production from the Port Harcourt refinery will deepen competition and ensure price reduction and availability. The refinery kick-started operations 11 months after it completed mechanical repairs. The development comes as trucks began loading petroleum products from the facility, showing the commencement of crude oil processing at the plant. So there it is right there. We want a price war though. Oh, my light has gone off. I wonder why. So, I'm not plugged in. That's why. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Oh, all right. I'm not sure what that is. I'm not even sure what this is. Hold on. Oh, all right. Okay. Let me take you to somewhere else. Let me take you somewhere else. TINUBU appoints Jamiu Abiola as SSA on linguistics and foreign matters. So I didn't quite know linguistics was a thing. What linguistics is that? Is it multilingual? Does it speak Wazobia? What does that even mean? You see, what TINUBU seems to be doing is that it seems to be sweeping up members of the old houses. You know, it swept up Bianca Ojukwu. It's sweeping up Abiola's children, and it's going to sweep up all the big houses. Very soon you hear Babangida's son becoming the ding dong and the whatnot. TINUBU appoints Jamiu Abiola as SSA on linguistics and foreign matters. What does that even mean? It just has no meaning. It's giving him a job just to keep him ready as a weapon. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has approved the appointment of Jamiu Abiola as the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Linguistics and Foreign Matters. What's the co-relationship between those two spaces, linguistics and foreign matters? The appointment takes effect from the 14th of November 2024. So I did retrospecting it. We are on the 28th of November now. The appointment takes effect from the 14th of November 2024. A statement by the Director, Information and Public Relations, Shegun Omahosin, so that's an Edo name, on behalf of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, said the appointment is in line with the provisions of the certain political and judicial office holders, whatever that means. Until his appointment, Jamiu served as the special assistant to the president on special duties in the office of the vice president. President TINUBU tasks the appointee to work closely with the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs and bring his wealth of experience to bear in his new appointment. So that's the same department they slotted. I think that's the department that they are slotting the Omolowos into. That may well be the case. Let me send the link again. If anybody wants to come in, so we can have conversations around some of these talking points. If anybody wants to come in, so we can have conversations around some of these talking points. All right. So let me bring you this now. Next headline. Lagos, Sanwo-Olu's aide reacts as video of woman confronting governor trends. So there's a video circulating about some woman that has confronted Sanwo-Olu. So I'll play you the video first, and then you see the sort of mischief making that. I'll play you the video, then give you the readout. You see the sort of, this is one of the #1 trending videos on social media today. So, did I upload it? I should have uploaded it. I'll play you the video, and then I'll give you the readout. I'm just uploading it now. I'll play you the video, and then I'll give you the readout because it speaks to some of the mischief making going on within the Nigerian political space, especially that Twitter space. It's just, never believe anything you see on Twitter. That's just, that should be the received wisdom. Never believe anything you see on Twitter. It's all Sakama J. It's just full of it's full of nonsensical people talking shit. Twitter often is that. Apologies to my Twitter followers, by the way. If you're watching us on Twitter, you're excluded from that comment. But yes. So this headline right here is in response to a trending video that's been trending all over social media today. So I'll play you the video, then I'll read you the piece.
I'm smart enough to ask a question. Sir. Okay. So, what are you going to do about housing? Landlords get the right. What are you going to do about it?
Where's she going? No, not yet. Sit down.
I'm smart enough to ask a question.
Right.
Sir? Okay. So, what are you going to do about housing? Landlords get the right. What are you going to do about it?
Where's she going? No, not yet. Sit down.
So that video was trending on our Twitter. So that was some woman right there, clearly not in full possession of. She's either inebriated by either the white powder or something from a bottle. That's clearly though somebody not in the full possession of. But that video has been trending all over social media to the point that the Lagos state government felt the need to respond. So here is their response. Lagos, Sanwo-Olu's aide reacts as video of woman confronting Governor Trent. And by the way, that woman was quite aggressive to the point that he was actually forcing Sanwo-Olu back because he felt somewhat threatened. Right, Jibril Gawat, the senior special assistant on Jibril Gawat, the senior special assistant on new media to the Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Lagos State Governor on Wednesday, November the 27th, 2024, said a trending video that showed a woman confronting his principal is old. This video I saw as far back as when it first came out. I think it's going on 2-3 years. According to Gawat, the incident happened in January 2019 at the time Sanwo-Olu was aspiring to be Lagos governor. So this is the response from Alausa. It says that this encounter here happened in January 28, 2019, when Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu was aspiring to be governor of Lagos State. A young woman stood up to ask a question, just like others had done. She started being rude and raising her voice. No DSS or police attached to Mr. Sanwo-Olu here. The event was organized by Night Shift Coliseum in Okwebi. The event continued peacefully afterwards. So this is the thing, though. This is the thing. This is what the obedience have been trending again for reasons of wanting to launch after Sanwo-Olu. Correspondent reports that Sanwo-Olu served as governor of Lagos State. That Goro served as governor of Lagos State since May 2019. The 59-year-old, so very difficult to believe that Sanwo-Olu is 59. He looks like a man in his 40s. The 59-year-old became governor under the platform of the All Progressive Congress (APC) after winning the party's gubernatorial primaries against the then incumbent Akinwumi Ambode, who had fallen out of favor with his alleged political sponsor. Before his governorship ambition, Sanwo-Olu was the managing director, MD, and chief executive officer, CEO of the Lagos State Property Development Corporation. So I think that was what probably propelled that question being or inspired that question being asked by that lady. Correspondents reported that Sanwo-Olu suspended his senior special assistant on print media. Is this a follow-on story? Wale Ajetumobi Boyega something or the other, media aides to Sanwo-Olu noted that the current administration in Lagos State frowns at any form of extrajudicial punishment and will not be a part of any such action. So I think this may well be a response to something else. All right. So there it is. So that's the sort of mischief making that goes on within that space. So still staying with politics of old, you know, the repercussions of what's transpired in Lagos State is still very much is still very much in the throes. And you know that narrative, you see this headline, this now next piece that I'm about to read you is an offshoot of this sort of careless talk. It is this sort of where is it again? Oh, hopefully I've not deleted it. It is this sort of careless talk that leads to oh, I may well have deleted it. Hold on. There's a particular video that I've kept because I thought we might well need it at some point. All right. Is that now infamous video of some young Obi supporter running around the streets of Lagos shouting, "Now we own Lagos, now we own Lagos"? I had it kept. I think when I was making room for that clips, I may well have deleted it. And I had the thought not to. So it is this clip that has now led to what I'm about to read you next. So words and actions have consequences. So we started off with that. Words and actions have consequences. So this clip that you're about to see now is consequenced by what I'm going to read you next. So what this?
Lagos now. Come on. We get Lagos. Now we get Lagos. Come on, fall out. Miami, come on. Put that beat. Put that beat. Yes, sir. Put that beat. Put that beat. Now we got it. Now we got Lagos. Straight credibility. Come on. Lagos, we are here. We are here, Lagos. We are here. We are here. Today, we don't fear anybody. We don't fear face. See my face. I am angry. Obedient, I'm angry. I am obedient and angry. Come on. Come on, Mewu de waka.
So there it is right there. Now we get Lagos. So words have consequences, actions have consequences. So those words and actions consequenced. Congratulations to the new Ladipo market leaders. Yorubas have taken over the leadership of Ladipo market. These are the names of the main board to administer and manage activities at Agunyi Irosi International Spare Parts Market in the Ladipo area. So this is now the new team, wall-to-wall Southwesterners. Barrister Femi Martins, chairman, Mr. Tope Olowo Yeye, secretary, Mr. Babatunde Ige, and then Mr. There's not even a gender infusion in there. It's not all male, all Yoruba, and there it is. Mr. Ajibade Olajoku, Mr. Emmanuel DK. So I don't know where Emmanuel DK is, but what the assurance is, it says, congratulations, Yorubas have taken over the leadership of Ladipo market. These are the names, etc., etc. So those are the consequences of that Lagos is no man's land sort of excesses that we saw in 2023. So just I think clarity is being provided now that it is not no man's. The Lagos has an owner, and those owners are the Awori people, sort of people. So I think that might well be the end of the readouts. Let me see if I missed anything. Yes. Secondary units of NNPC Port Harcourt Refinery not working yet. Blending crack C5 has effects on vehicle. So this is an op-ed sponsored by Dangote. Dangote doesn't like competition, so it will seek to destroy that NNPC initiative. So it will seek to destroy the NNPC space. What else have I got for you? What else have I got for you? I think that might well be the end of the readout. All right, let me play you the clips I have. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come in, come in. Otherwise not. It's not. Nobody's under contract. It's not done under duress. So let me send the link. Anybody that wants to. And anybody that wants to come in can come in. Is that the right link? So I'll send the link. Anybody that wants to come in, come in. So that's the link, and then we'll rattle through the clips, and then we'll see where we land. So we'll rattle through the clips, we'll see where we land. Oh yeah, this was the headline piece. Yahaya Bello finally in custody. Watch this.
Please give way now, give way, please.
So that is Yahaya Bello appearing in court right there. I think he was remanded in custody till the 10th of December. So certainly he'll be at the pleasure of the EFCC for the next for the next 2 weeks. So that's Yahaya Bello, who has finally, the long arms of the law finally catches up with him. So now this is not the language of surrender. The next clip that I'm about to play you now, the language of surrender, but surrender coming from interesting and unexpected quarters. So it's the APGA chairman throwing his hands up. Watch this.
He's facing today, not about an individual.
Is your party ready to open up to the extent now that you have a Bianca Ojukwu?
Yes.
Serving in the TINUBU government?
Absolutely.
How much of an advantage or benefit could that be for your party?
I can tell you, I've said it severally. I called on the president and I commend him for that appointment. You see,
is Bianca Ojukwu a member of APGA?
Of course, he's a member of APGA. She's a BOT member of the party. To date, she's not resigned her membership of the party. And she had that appointment as a member of the party.
Did she get the permission of your party too?
Definitely. We gave her the October. Because we believe, I called severally after the president was elected. One of the earliest calls I did to the president is to ensure, now that you've won the election and the Supreme Court has affirmed your election as the president of Nigeria, it is now time to close ranks, because the people that can help you solve the problem or achieve your manifesto for the country are not domiciled within your party. You have technocrats that are in other political parties. And I called on the president to make sure, because the moment you elected a president, you're no longer the president of your party. You're a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which includes every opposition party. And for us, I've said it severally, that my preoccupation as a leader of a political party is to ensure that President TINUBU succeeds. Because the interests of Nigerians are paramount. So it's not about which party the president belongs to.
So the appointment of Bianca, an APGA member in the TINUBU government, is a plus for your party?
Absolutely. Absolutely. As far as I'm concerned, it's a plus for our party because our party is ready to play an inclusive governance. It's a governance where if you have people, the technocrats or the people who have the wherewithal to contribute to the meaningful development and advancement of the country, why not?
Let me anchor this into.
So that is right there. That is APGA now surrendering to the TINUBU space. Like I said, is sweeping up all the old houses one by one. So sweeping up all the old houses one by one, but there's one house that refused to move. That house, of course, but the judge. Watch this.
To Bayo Nonuga.
Yes.
Somebody says something, somebody suggests something. An old man who can be his father. You took him on and you started blasting him right, left, center, and that is his style. He did it to me before. He didn't meet me in the Jebode Grammar School. You can see how small he is by comparing
yeah,
to us. So if you want to react, I'm happy now. The president has taken a move. They have about 3 of them now that can talk.
Oh, but you know Buala.
Yeah, there is one Buala.
Didn't you know him with Atiku, sir?
No.
But you don't feel anything about his having been spokesperson to Atiku?
You know, in this game, that's what I said.
There is hunger.
There are politicians.
Let's just say there is hunger.
There are politicians.
There is hunger.
There is hunger in the land. The guy has shifted. He's a young man. He wants to survive and he's already there. So, but you know, the man he's going to deal with is not off the cuff.
Well, just this morning, Sheriff and I we spoke about it and we had said that, referring to the reference to Obasanjo, that these people need to understand that it's not everything that you react to.
No.
People must give their opinion. And you don't need to.
Them.
Oh, you don't need to. You don't even need to react. Talk less of insulting them.
Even if to keep his job, he wants to react. The Yoruba culture does not allow that insult from him, and someday he will pay back.
You reckon?
Have you bet? Somebody. Yoruba is not impossible. Because there will be a day after, and that day after is more important.
So that's Bode George right there, calling caution on the excesses of Bayo Ononuga. So that's Bode George calling caution on the excesses of Bayo Ononuga. If you've ever wondered who Nigeria belongs to, if you've ever wondered where the power base is in Nigeria, this next clip that I'm about to play you will tell you exactly where the power lies in Nigeria. The power doesn't lie anywhere other than this space, and it doesn't lie in the spaces that you may suspect that it does. The power in Nigeria, it lies with one of the protagonists in this exchange that you're about to see. Watch this.
Listen to me. I want to warn you publicly. You have been doing a lot to stop the project. You are my sister. Listen to me. If I get further disturbances there will be consequences for it. We are following the law. You can go to court if we infringe on your rights. But please don't take law into your hand. Stop organizing protests. Stop organizing people to stop the work. I plead with you. Next question, please. Madam, we have who can you render our mic to us?
That is causing this. I cannot stop.
Security.
I can go out.
Move her out. Madam, give yourself respect.
Can I have that? Yes. It's okay, it's okay. The way this is I'm a patron in TINUBU campaign organization that have over 5,000.
Madam, yes.
Excellency,
I not only
members of the National Assembly,
Madam, go
Royal
ahead.
Majesties, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, the honorable minister has respected all of us. Ladies and gentlemen.
Madam, you are insulting us. You
Ladies,
are insulting us.
Madam, ladies and gentlemen, you know, when the honorable minister stands before you here, he has respected all of us.
I explain again and again that the place that Madam is shouting on us is still within the coastal, right of way of federal government. It is 120 meters. Our right of way is 250 meters. That notwithstanding, it is more advantageous to go by the coastline. But we can't go by the coastline for overriding public interest. We can't destroy the African, distant network. We cannot destroy the MTN, line. We have no interest than this, and it's the duty of Mr. President to protect the strategic infrastructure of the federal government. For the madam that said, I came to the point and said they should do this, I can't remember, but I will be willing to come back to go the particular point to see what she's saying. Because if I was ever there, and technically I say, put up, this 2 meter or 1 meter, there must be reason for it. But the diversion is irrevocable. I'm sorry about that. Because the importance of people's land there, even undeveloped, this madam's land is totally undeveloped. Then compared to, madam, please, we are giving you all the respect. Try to give, if you don't have respect for us, respect the National Assembly. Please. 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 You are insulting us. It's not good. I had visited your site by myself. Act of respect for you. And I've had to explain to you, I've never engaged any other person more than I've engaged you in discussion to explain why we had to divert, to protect the MTN, infrastructure. We beg you.
So what you saw right there was where the power lies within the Nigerian paradigm, and really where the power lies globally. The power lies and always has been with the middle class female. Yes. So the power always lies and always has been with the middle class female, and within the Nigerian paradigm, the power lies with the southern middle class woman, educated, of a particular substance, just like that woman. Anybody else tries that, they would have jackbooted that person out of that premises. And if you go against that demographic space, your fate is sealed. And that is where the power is in Nigeria right there. The power in Nigeria really is with the educated middle-class woman from the South, especially. and maybe even the Southwest, if you want to narrow it down specifically. But that is where the power lies in Nigeria. So that is where the power lies in Nigeria. We play the Kegite music. We see if anybody turns up for a conversation. Otherwise, we do it all over again tomorrow. So we play the Kegite music, and then we'll see what happens after that. The Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water, 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 water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Chifu Faila ti keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele elemu dode. Eruku lele egbe elemu dode o jare o. Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
That is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. Sorry, Choma, but that's just the time slot. You know how I do it. So Baba to the rescue. So it looks as though we may well have a session. So always a delight when Baba is here. In fact, that Baba is a panel by himself. So Baba, you rescued us just in the nick of time. Baba.
Yeah, man. How are you doing today?
I'm good. All better for you being here.
Okay, great. And the comment section, people, I salute you for your comments, which I find very interesting most of the time. So bring it on always, all the time. When I say bring it on, I don't mean it.
You don't mean it in the kung fu fighting.
Exactly. And our viewers and watchers.
Because they view the Bolugis in that comment section,
Lots of them. You won't even believe the new one I had yesterday. Because what haven't I had here? That the map of Nigeria is not drawn to scale. That was a new one yesterday, and I find that very interesting. Of all the things I've had, map of Nigeria is not drawn to scale, just simply because. Did you hear that yesterday?
I didn't hear it, but I almost certainly would have been from the almighty Pansat, wouldn't he? Always looking to colonize people.
I just marvel at what is this, for God's sake. Anyway, where do we start? Let's start with the Yahaya Bello one. Actually, I've said repeatedly here before, when people were getting angry about his hide and seek with the government, that look, the wheel of justice grind slowly but surely. You can fight with all the monies you have. I mean, we had the current president-elect in the US. I mean, without his money, you would think he wouldn't be in the slammer by now. But the money dragged all the cases, everything thrown at him, up to the point that he won the election. That's the power of money. If you have it anywhere in the world, money talks. Money talks. So he's done all his best, And it has come to an end. And he's coming to court. He has been charged. He's in detention for 2 weeks. And it may extend like every other person. So when people start doing gra with the law, spending their money, the law will be there waiting. The government will be there waiting and watching him. After you have exhausted yourself, then they just pick you up. That's how government works anyway. Because they've been having fun, poking their middle finger at the government. You can't do this, you can't do that. You are doing this now. Can't you see Yahaya Bello? And where's Yahaya Bello today? He's in this llama, in the armpit of the government. It's as simple as that. You can't fight government. For how long? They have the range. You just have a bust. And then, of course, you tire out. Then they pick you like jigger. And that's it. So people should just calm down with all these their rhetorics all the time, just thumbing their noses. And it has become a fad for people to thumb their noses at the government. To what purpose, I do not know. You just worrying yourself for nothing, because it has become an unhealthy attachment to bad news. Most of them have. They have to watch their their health. I keep on saying it is unhealthy to be attached to bad news all the time. And when the days where there are no bad news, then you start to smoke the air. So I wish them well, because we still have 3 years. It's not be yam. That is
they are holding him for till the 10th of December, which surprises me.
Yeah, but normally their first adjournment is always 2 weeks. The courts have been instructed not to give more than 2 weeks adjournment. That's it, but only except in some cases that maybe you have to extend it. But for first instance, 2 weeks is normal. So he will be there and cool his feet and everything.
I suppose they couldn't release him on self-recognition for reasons that it's a flight risk, isn't it?
Of course, even the Chief Dowd, at times, these lawyers too, I don't understand. Chief Daudu, I mean, if we are to count this, Chief Daudu has been president of NBA before. So he's not, when it comes to law, he's just not a small fry there. You understand? But they've not even gone to court this morning. You've already filed bail application to the court. Where do they do that? I'm not a lawyer. I didn't read even 101 of law in the university, but I know that you cannot do that procedurally. It is wrong. And they told him that, a man of that status, how could you do that kind of simple mistake? But I know where money is involved, any money man said jump. Some people ask how high. That's what happens. But then you don't have to disgrace yourself. Your status, I mean, I was disappointed. It's not the first time big lawyers do that mistake. Maybe they do it for fun, or they do it just to satisfy the whims of their clients. But there are some things your lawyer will, your client will ask you to do. If it's not backed by law, please educate your client. I know some of us are very stubborn. Say, no, just go and try it. I'll pay any amount. And some people don't just pay any amount. They fall straight. That is just it. I don't know. But here he is. He's going to pay for everything, because I look at the lists of everything he has acquired. I just shake my head at what is all of this? It's just like I don't know, the voraciousness with which he used that 8 years and collected all those things for a state that's not producing anything. You took that also from just the FAC allocation you're receiving. And what did you leave for the states? That's why he put Udodo there, his accountant general, to cover his flanks. But everything will collapse. Even Ododo, that 8 years will expire one day. Ododo will come to court to answer for obstruction of justice and his own financial crime and things like that. Because they've taken...
What do you think the political implications are? It was one of the key movers of the TINUBU into government sort of thing. It pushed hard for TINUBU to get in.
I don't think so, because he did that in the last days when it was clear that it's TINUBU that will become the winner. So he did that because he was in Buhari's camp and Lawan's camp doing the northern thing and putting all his money there. And also, I think at a point, he tried to marry one of Buhari's daughter. That one chopped him money well, and no marriage happened there. So he has plans to actually cover his backside, but all didn't work for him. And here he is today. I mean, I don't know. The only anger I have is if it's a state he govern that at least can take that kind of heat, fine, okay. But that state has nothing, absolutely nothing. And you took all of those in Abuja, in Burj Khalifa, in Dubai, and all that kind of, what is it? And he's a young man. I think he's still under 50. I think so. I think he's still under 50. So he was just too greedy, too greedy. And I think they will deal with him properly. They will deal with him properly. There is nothing they can do about it. It's now in the hand of the government. He has appeared in court, and when he couldn't run away because they've already fed his name into the Interpol this thing, so he couldn't really actually run away. He would have run away when he was doing his hide and seek, not to talk about now that, of course, he's gone to court. He will be under the court custody. So that's it for Yahaya Bello. And the social media thing generally about the Sanwo-Olu one, I'm glad you caught on to it immediately. When we say free speech, I don't know.
That woman was clearly, she wasn't in full possession of herself, was she? Really, you could tell.
It was a nightclub.
She was moving forward towards that that man, you know.
It was a nightclub, and this thing was like 4 years ago, or if not even close to 5 years, and they brought it up now. To what purpose? I don't know. When we talk about free speech, you can do anything. Look, free speech is purely an American thing, not European thing. Not European. Because a journalist have even used, what's the name of the prime minister in Italy now, the woman? She's a very, very short woman. A journalist abused her with her height. The journalist was charged to court and fined. And there are cases in France like that. You can abuse even those who own who run cantons in Switzerland. You will be called to question. But this president, at least, is trying hard to display his democratic credentials by absorbing a lot of this nonsense on the social media, because it's just becoming too much.
There is patently more free speech under this administration than there was under Buhari. You step out of line under Buhari, they will slash you down.
They will slash you down, no doubt about that. Even under every other one, you can't do it under Baba OBJ's administration. They will deal with you somehow.
We had a bit of free speech under Goodluck Jonathan, but
yeah, apart from, because I just don't like this thing. Before you talk, they will say free speech. Before you talk, they will say free speech. It has limits. It has its own limits. And if you do that, well, do it in America. But the moment you enter the aircraft going to Europe, going to Africa, just drop the gap. It doesn't apply there. It applies, yes, in America. 100%. Sure. but definitely not in Africa or Europe. That's my take. That's just as an aside. And I like what Gowon has told the northern leaders, because every time the whole thing, political space is saturated with not. And he told them, look, stop this northern thing. Don't threaten anybody with it. Talk about Nigeria. Talk about Nigeria. Don't be sectional. Because they've driven it to the point that it's becoming irritating. They're doing it maybe for what reason? Yeah, just for playing to the audience of their Almajiris. They can't use Almajiri because people come here every time talk about security, because it is a popular topic and it's a way to actually want something. They want to ram down the truth of the government. This security, 2 governors in the north, one came, told us that their people are collaborators. He mentioned an instance where a traditional ruler of a village took 670,000 and set his people up. A governor said it. Are we deaf? Which army can mitigate against that when the people themselves are into the game? For security to succeed, those people who are not part of the security apparatus have also to their own contribution. They have to contribute. But because it's convenient for them, before they talk, oh, security. Security is the business of everybody, every single person. It is what you give, the information you give, the people in uniform will work on. If you don't give information and you start to set them up, then you invited trouble for yourself. The other day, the armored personnel carrier was bogged down by the terrain where they are. It was the nearest village to that Potopoto where the armored personnel carrier APC was, that called terrorists from their hiding to come after the soldiers. They had to run away and abandon the APC there. So you talk about security. What about that? They don't talk about security, they talk about IDP camp. IDP camp where people are marrying number 4 wives. Number 4, they're marrying 4th wife and doing naming ceremony every day. Is that IDP camp or business? Because the European Union and United Nations, they said in the last 4 years, if you hear the amount of billions they've spent in Northeast alone, this is not even Nigeria's government. United Nations, European Union, they spend billions in that place. Where are all the monies going? It has become trade for some certain people. And here they want to open their mouth. Oh, this government is not doing enough for security. The government is doing plenty. And if the people cooperate, they will do more about security, how to secure them. You cannot secure people who don't want to be secured. It's as simple as that. And I like what the National Security Advisor is doing. They are aping the model of Israel, taking out the leaders one by one, so that when you cut the head, the body will shrink, will not be able to breathe again. That's what they are doing, and they've succeeded in taking out a lot of the head of this terrorist group so far, and we're still counting. And we are still counting. So the government is doing enough. But if you want to use that and the part of your topic and a way to bring the government down, good luck to you. I like what the president is doing. He doesn't mind anybody. He's tone deaf. What he wants to do, he knows. He came prepared. He came prepared, and I think he's the only one so far that came prepared to govern this country. with his own template. Whether it is working or it's not working, that's another thing. Archbishop Kukau was not on point. He was very wrong. Was very wrong on that score. TINUBU is the only one that wanted to be president, who fought for it. He saved money for it. If you like, he stole money for it. Before he say, yes, it's okay, he stole money for it. He used it to contest, and now he's president. How come you tell me he's not prepared for it? He's prepared, because everything he's done so far shows that he has a template ready. He has studied the country. He's not going to, he's not going to kick the can down the road. And he did not kick the can down the road. It's a building block is arranging. And yes, there is suffering in the land. No doubt about that. Who told you it will be easy to rearrange what has been that has been scattered, that has no function, no direction, not in a bad engine, that is not working? I'm glad it's pointing us in the right direction. And if you think it's not working, all the economic indicators shows that it is working. But for the normal person like me, like you, like everybody, until that thing gets to our dining table, we will not agree, because that is the ultimate. Our stomach is the ultimate. But it will get there. It will eventually get there, because those that are gorging themselves on the forex, those that are gorging themselves on produce, they will get tired one day. Because rice, smuggled one, imported one, everything, we are not seeing anyone. The more they produce, the more the prices will go up. So it's like something nobody has seen before. So we should examine ourselves as even Nigerians, because we can't be better than the government we produce, because the government came out of our body. They didn't come fall from heaven or across the border. So the government cannot be better than us. So if we cannot fix ourselves individually, how do you want to fix the government? How do you want to fix the government? If you think it's the disagreeability that will make the government sit straight or sit down, good luck to you. Continue being disagreeable. But government is government anywhere in the world. And I'm wound to say every time here, after God, my government, because the kingdom of earth is not run by righteousness. It is the kingdom of heaven that is ruled by righteousness, not the kingdom of earth. So all of us there here, we'll fight it out. And if you are not satisfied, in 2027, use your ballot paper and vote him out. Simple as that. Simple as that. That is democracy for you. That is democracy for you.
All right, Baba. I still want to hear from you about TINUBU appointing Abiola's son, Jamiu.
Yeah,
I want to hear from you on that. I want to also hear from you on this Ladipo market now having. I think this is a backlash against all the excesses of the 2023 elections and a few more topics. Dangote now launching after. The price point that Port Harcourt is coming out with 75 naira higher than that. So I want to hear from you on all that. But let me whisk the conversation round so that other voices can come in, and then I'll whip it quickly back to you, and then we carry on. Okay,
thank you, one man. I yield.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So that's Baba who's ensured that we have a session. So thank you, Baba. We go on from Baba to Aru Gidigba. So Aru, good to have you. To the conversation, your contribution. We're talking about Dangote now taking on the NNPC space we're talking about Go One coming out to back TINUBU of all people. We're talking about some rascally. We're talking about Yahaya Bello finally having his day in court. So a whole raft of things, but anything that interests you, Arugidigba. Arugidigba, are you there? Okay, I think you may need a moment. Let's go to Dewale. Dewale, are you there? I think he may need a moment. All right. Whoever is ready on mute and then speak to us.
I'm here, Walmart. I'm just busy a little bit.
All right. Let me give you a moment then. Let's go to Patoski. Patoski.
I don't look all of them for padlock.
Should we start charging these people hotel bills?
No, I've locked all of them padlock. I want to have my day.
Okay, then Baba, take us to. I do want to take us to Ladeko Market, having a war to. Actually, I've got a clip on that. Actually, there's a urbanization going on. Let me play you this clip.
And according to the ESCO approval, that henceforth the Mushin local government, one of the segments in Ladipo market, international spare part market, which was named as Paramount Market before, and all of a sudden changed to Agurusi International Spare Part Market, have been reversed to former name, which is Paramount Spare Part International Market, and in honor of the family of the Paramount Azan Olajoko, which was the developer of Radley and died in the process of the activities of the party. So we are using this name to honor him again.
So there it is. Ladeko Market, Esqual Agui Rossi Market, Spare Parts Market for that matter. We know who occupies that trade. Now changed to Paramount Market with a 100% Southwestern board. What are you making of that?
Well, it's not something to display an element of glee about, but then something brought about all of these changes, which is unfortunate because no one likes to be abused. It is basic. No one likes to be abused. All these, Lagos or the Southwest generally has been the most accommodating of all the geopolitical zones in Nigeria. Not unarguably. No, I mean unarguably, not arguably. Nobody can contest that. Is Iruwa Ugiriwa? Just leave me for my own space. Do anything you like. But it has been subjected to abuse, unfortunately. And it is so sad. More so for people like me, who have had a lot of handshakes across the geopolitical zone, except the North. When you start to tell people their land is no more their land, they are nobody in their land, call them poor, call them names, derogate them, their culture, their tradition. It's the truth. It is sad. And now they are fighting back to say, okay, if it's not my land, if it's no man's land, okay, come and challenge me when I start changing the features. They are doing that now, and they are crying. They are renaming the streets, renaming the markets, restructuring the trustees of each of these markets, and things like that. And even in the state assembly, they are using their language, they are using their fashion, and also go challenge that now. You say it's no man's land, Abi. Go to court and challenge them for speaking their language in their state house of assembly, for changing the market name, the street names, changing the board of trustees of the structures of the market. Go to court and challenge them. At times, you watch what you do, what you say, because the consequences may not be pleasant for you. They awaken these beasts in the people of the Southwest. And I've always said this everywhere, and I'm going to repeat it again. After the war, when the Southeasterners came back, if there is a Southeasterner living today in Nigeria, today, our listeners, our watchers, please hear me out. You can contact one man anytime, any day. If any Southeasterner, returning Southeasterner, lost his house in the Southwest, I'm not saying Lagos State alone, in the Southwest, contact one man. If you have proof, I'll give you 50 million naira. And I'm not joking about it. 50 million naira is yours. Unfortunately, though, people born after the war, they are today 53 years. And their children, possibly if they start very early, their children may be about 25 years old. So people actually driving this crazy narrative, a lot of the crazy narratives, didn't even witness the war. They had stories. This is how much Southwest did. And that has become a big sin. That has become why they are receiving slaps every day. And they are now fighting back. And that too has become a problem. Urbanization, bigotry, tribalism, and all the
There's no denying that there's a urbanization going on, though. It seems quite obvious.
It's for a reason. It's for a reason. The reasons I've just enumerated. Were we talking about this before? Some 2-3 years ago? No. But when you start abusing me and calling me poor, I can't feed, I can't do this, I can't do that, I'm no more the owner of my land. What do you want me to do? I have to prove. I have to prove that I'm the owner of my land, that I belong here. And that is what they are proving now. Challenge that. Challenge that. And who is losing? Those who started it. Look, I have a habit, and that's why I have friends across all the southern zones. If I come to your house, when they worship Juju, I go follow una worship Amu. Now, I pull my shoe. We'll worship Bene Kurukuruba together. We'll worship Egbesu together. I will take the small gas of Ogogoro. I'll drink it. That's how you win the hearts and minds of people. Not by thumbing your nose or denigrating their culture, their tradition, and their persons. If you want to win hearts and minds, you have to conform. You have to show respect. I go to the East. I feel I'm very much at home. And I know the culture very, very well. And I never one day abused it. Never one day. I don't even think it how much more than to abuse it. Because I know, yes, even though I'm accepted, still like a fowl entering into a unfamiliar zone, you only perch with only one foot on the ground. You hang the other one so that if you hear hip, you pick raise. But when you are settled there in your head, then you put the other foot down. Then you stand gidigba. That's how to behave. Show respect. It doesn't make you a fool. It will only make you win their hearts and mind and integrate, conform and integrate properly and blend. That is the rule. But when you take it otherwise and take the generosity or the kind-heartedness or the hospitality for granted, and you take it as weakness, then of course, they'll fight back. They'll fight back. And that is what is happening. And once I say, yes, because even between a father and a son, if they own properties together, there is an invisible boundary. There is an invisible boundary. So there are boundaries that cannot be crossed. And they don't cross it, one man. Another topic, please, if nobody's ready.
Yes, okay. So you have been released now, Rugidegba and
I told you,
Dewale and the rest of them. What about the appointment of Jamiu Abiola into what a nondescript? They just make up names for all this. What does this even mean? Senior Special Assistant on Linguistics and Foreign Affairs. What does that? That has no meaning to anything. But it's really just to capture the Abiola name. I think they are looking for they are collecting star names. They are transferring star names to their team. So we had the Ojoko name now, very much captured and enraptured in that space. Now we have the Abiola name captured and enraptured in that space. I think they are going to all the old houses and taking their names into their camp. What do you make of the appointment of Jamiu as a senior special assistant?
Yeah, what Jamiu I know is an Arabic scholar. He's very, very vast.
Jamiu Abiola?
Yeah, in that language. And he is in the Middle East generally, he knows the terrain. And I think he must have done some good work for the presidency to give him that recognition, because this is an elevation. I think he was just an ordinary personal assistant in the office of the vice president before. So, but now they've moved him up to the presidency proper and give him this appointment, and with a directive that he should work directly with the foreign service. So he must have done some good work for the government, the presidency in the Middle East, because it's very good. If you even see him, you think he's one of these. Don't let me mention his name. He's so much into the religion and everything, including the language. He's schooled there even. So it's a good appointment. Apart from that, and it's a bonus. Him being an Abiola also is a bonus. You understand? Because actually, I mean, there are still people who very much believe in what Abiola stood for during his lifetime. The followers are still there, and they are a good fan of the children too. So that goodwill also will filter to the presidency. So it's a good move. So he's harvesting all the big names, and the master stroke so far is
do
still.
Do you think he's doing that as a deliberate policy? Do you think he's actually deliberately doing that?
I don't think the president may take a step without really pondering, and it's always deliberate. It's always deliberate.
I don't think Jamiu brings anything new or innovative to anything other than the Abiola name. The only thing that he's selling is that name, isn't it, really? I don't think he has a specialism that makes him absolutely a must-have.
No. It comes with, apart from the pedigree, it comes with his own knowledge and knowing the kind of territory where they want him to serve. You get my point. If it's in America, they will tell you specialist in Arab affairs or specialist in this affair. So I will use that tag on him, specialist in the affairs of the Middle East. Let's put it all encompassing. You understand? So it's going to serve. So no doubt about that. So it's an harvest of the political families in Nigeria, and still the Bianca one tops it all so far.
Yes. Did you see that clip that I played where APGA virtually surrendered to TINUBU? The person in that clip, by the way, was the chairman of APGA, and they are saying they are entirely for whatever it is. Did you even run this past Soludo? Also, Soludo is more 18. What did you make of that? Sorry.
You see, the Nigerian politics is whether we like it or not, it's cash and carry politics. It's Nigerian politics. And besides that, politics itself requires money, big money. And as the years go by, the money increases. Time was, for instance, in the US, we hear election where they've spent 260 something million as something very big. I think that is a Clinton time. So it was like, wow, this kind of money. Now we are talking of billions. You understand? You don't talk of Nigeria where it's just you cash and carry. So it's about money, and nobody wants to wait. If you wait, if your business is politicking, and for 4 years you are out of the limelight, you finish that money the way retired footballers finish their money. You finish that money and open your mouth waiting for opportunity for the next election, which you may not even win because you don't have money again. So nobody wants to be in a vacuum. You have to be part of it one way or the other. You show your hands in the open.
You know, we see that a lot in Nigeria, in Nigerian politics. Nigerian politics is winner takes all. And I think Nigerian politicians, they understand that. So no matter, Daniel Boala, a good example, Reno Mokre, a good example, but they judge halfway back to where he belongs, just the whole raft of them. So,
hello, one man. Sorry, I was in traffic.
Oh, all right. Okay, good. It's good to have another voice to push Baba's narrative, but nobody's wrestling Baba. So yeah, yeah. We'll come to you in a moment. I was just saying that. Yes, you could see that Patoski is contending with so many things, but good to have you on board. It's a winner takes all sort of politics. You know, they said the Nigerian president is the most powerful presidency in the world, just in terms of the powers vested in one individual. Not that we have the most military might or anything, but in terms of the power vested in one singular individual, there's an argument that the Nigerian president is the most powerful person in the world. And
that's not true, man.
Who is more powerful?
We like hyperbole in our country. Our president is very, very weak. Look, this is
in terms of the power that he will. Somebody that can appoint the INEC chairman.
Wait. Let me tell you. TINUBU today, if he wants to visit, let's say, Oyo State, if the government there says don't come, because of this, that, for security reasons, mostly, he will not go because it's the governor that will guarantee his safety. That's a protocol and a host of other things our government cannot do, a president of Nigeria cannot do by fiat. Let me tell you, for instance, in Ghana, I think there are about 16 regions in Ghana. The president, once he's voted into power, appoints regional ministers who are equivalent to Nigeria's governors. You understand? He runs the government in totality. His party runs all the regions. He appoints the governors, which they call them regional ministers. He controls them. He allocates budgets to them. Who can be more powerful than that? Does one party run the 36 states in Nigeria? No. Same thing in Cote d'Ivoire. So the system. So when we say, "Oh, he's the most powerful," no, that's not true. It's not the most powerful. It's not the most powerful. Because we model it just like the American system, just with variations. But because the American president may be the most powerful man in the world, but he's not the most powerful man in America. Because each governor, they even have their own Supreme Court, each state in America, and stuff like that. So people should just take that, perish that thought. Our president is not the most powerful. No.
Yeah, but still, well, the point I was making is the power that he wields is so all-consuming, especially within the Nigerian space, that people often politically realign towards whoever is in the center. So it's the prostitution of the political stance of. And by the way, Dewale Arugidegba Patoske, you can chime in. We're just having a chat. When you're ready for us, let us know. But
yeah, they can come in. Let's have a conversation. At least I'm cool with everybody here.
Yeah, yes. We've not yet had the Kung Fu fighters coming yet.
Hey, Walmart. I'm still busy here, but I will chip in because I don't want it to be Baba only. Baba, thank you for holding forth. You've been a great analyst, and I really enjoy your points. You see that Jamiu Abiola. Honestly, I commend TINUBU for being magnanimous. Out of all the June 12 disciples, he was one of those people that actually identify himself and have tried to help the family in one way or the other. I'm trying to figure out this gentleman's qualification to be appointed into that position. I still can't figure it out. But here is somebody that was plucked from vice president office to presidency. It shows this man really, really wanted to pay back. To me, I commend TINUBU for at least helping the family in one way or the other. I'm sure the likes of, even when he was a governor, Baba, you remember there was a time he built constructed a monument, on behalf of Abiola and not to do the, what's her name? This female child of Abiola, what's her name?
Is it the one that was the campaign manager for Yahaya Bello?
No,
it's something
Wuraola.
Something Castillo. I think her husband name is Castillo.
Wuraola.
Yeah, yes. So she was very, very appreciative. She was kneeling down, publicly. To me, he has done excellently well. But you can't do more than this. Even after he left Lagos governorship seat, he was still going to Abiola's, every June 12th to pay homage and organize symposiums and all that. To me, he has done excellently well. I mean, I don't even care whatever office they're trying to create for that young man. He has done well, at least for bringing him to his fold, at least if it's to shop small. So at least your family won't be, unlike the younger one, the one that kept going to, what's his name, Sheon Okimbaloye's show, ranting. I look at that young man, I was
what did you make of that guy?
That guy needed to be flogged. Serious flogging.
It seemed more like a Mushin guy than an Abiola. He didn't have
actually
the refinement.
His character is kind of mirror his father's character. He's outspoken, he's loud.
Mirror, sort of.
In some ways, and it can be a little bit touche if you needed to. That is the way his father was. The Abiola can get down and be like a local boy, at the same time act like somebody who never shit before. But he needed to be flogged, or somebody need to talk sense to him. Look, it is foolish to rely on inheritance. Unfortunately, what that young man was looking for is, yes, he had been exposed to luxury life before, but you need to go and work. After all, you went to school in the United States. You came back to Nigeria, right? So who forced you? You could as well stay back there and do something there, work and make a living instead of you coming all the way to Nigeria. Now you are saying you are claiming out of almost 100 kids that showed up to lay claim to that inheritance. I mean, you are just We are just a 100.1% of the beneficiary. But I give kudos to TINUBU for doing that, woman. I really do. Woman, are you there?
Yes, we are listening.
I didn't even listen. I didn't listen to his readout, but I'm just
Yeah,
trying
we're
to
talking
go.
about the Port Harcourt refinery that they are now touting as are selling petrol
Yes.
1,045, and Dangote is selling at 970.
You
What do you
see,
think about that disparity?
market is now speaking. You see, I like that, Baba. I do like that. See, you can imagine when we have healthy competition in this sector. To be honest, time will come. That price is still going to go lower and far lower than that. When the Boa refinery comes up. But I think it's in my own opinion, it's a healthy competition. Um, I watched the Rise News today this morning, and I listened to Rufai and Abati. They were trying to rubbish the success. This administration have recorded by revamping this refinery. They were trying to, talk down that the refinery, what the refinery was doing. I mean, Port Harcourt refinery was just blending, the product and importing the chemicals. And look, I don't even care as long as the final product is coming out that is going to serve the purpose that was meant for. The product coming out from Port Harcourt refinery is not going to be, consumed outside Nigeria. I know it's for domestic consumption for now. So to me, it's a healthy competition. I mean, you see, that tells you at the point you're trying to people start to sound like we're going to nationalize Dangote refinery. So what forced him to lower the price now? Because that a competitor is coming, right? So I mean, you should have done some needful by trying to be patriotic in the first place by lowering it. Maybe that would have forced other incoming player, to also lower the price. But then the excuse was that he bought the crude at the international rates and considered the humongous amount of money that he spent to build the refinery that it merits that price. But now you see the price, no matter how small the difference is, I think it's a healthy competition, and I think it's welcome. And Nigeria will begin to see now that this sector is deregulated, it's for our own benefit. It's for our benefit. I welcome that, Baba. I truly do. I truly do.
I think so too, because like I use
Sorry,
the
but
crude word.
what are you making of their entry point being higher than Dangote in price though, by 75 naira? So that seems, is it that their cost of production is higher than his? He's a privateer who is all about profit, and their government owns something which will be about national service. So why should they be entering at 75 naira higher than Dangote?
You mean? So can you repeat that? You said the Dangote, the Port Harcourt refinery's product is higher than
More
Dangote.
expensive.
Yes, 1,045 naira,
45.
and Dangote is
970.
970 to the marketers. Yes.
But look, how much was it sold? The Dangote was selling to the marketers before the Port Harcourt refinery come up.
It was still around about 1,000 naira.
1,000 naira.
990.
Well, I'm not a chemical engineer, neither am I a mechanical engineer, but I know for a fact that so many factors is going to be a contributing. Both of them trying to maximize the profit, right? So, and for the Dangote to have thought of, okay, I need to make a deduction here so that we'll have upper hand. They too felt like maybe, I don't know what the parameter they're using, but I think
The point is that they should be coming in at even marginally, but more to it significantly lesser than Dangote, not above Dangote,
I
not
don't
more
think
expensive
so
than
though.
Dangote.
I wouldn't say that, one man, because I mean, as it is right now, consider how the amount of money government has been pumping into these refineries to even make it. And if it's just one what do you call it? The output from the refinery, just to show something that is possible. I wouldn't. I mean, that price is not as that high though, but I think it's about competition. If they had come lesser, remember they also produce less than Dangote. They don't have the capacity that Dangote
You know
has.
the funny thing, Wale, Dangote is now advertising. I can't believe it.
I've never heard that in Nigeria's
Billboard. There are billboard
electric
now
sector
telling you
before.
is
No, but
more,
the point is
his
that
product is
Baba,
superior and is cheaper.
Baba,
Wow.
you know one question I even want to ask. Why is it now that Port Harcourt Refinery are now started work?
It's strange to me.
Suddenly, now it has started. What has not been working since?
It was deliberate. It was deliberately put on
Now
hold so that they won't
suddenly
work.
it started working.
Is it really working? Have you asked yourself, Patuski, is it working or is it boju boju?
No, this one is working. Then. This one is actually working. They have media there. They actually observe and everything. Yes,
I don't want to rush you to judge me.
Yeah, after all the fanfare for the commissioning,
That means
I don't think
that means all along that thing was working.
No, it wasn't working.
No,
It
I'm not
wasn't
saying it
working.
was working.
Those people importing the fuel are the one I would say that they are behind all this.
No, wait now. What I wanted to say that all along that thing could have just been ready to work. Maybe they just needed to do just few things to get it running. What magic have they done? We all know how long it took Dangote to get his refinery up.
They've been working on this thing for even before Dangote comes live.
They've
Now they've been
commissioned it several times. I start. It's going to work. It's going to work.
That's where my problem lies, Patoski. There is something off about this Port Harcourt refinery. I can't put my finger to it.
Suddenly started working.
Baba, the point is this: whether something is off or no, for now, importation of PMS and the rest are no longer the same way it used to be, right? And government is no longer
there's a ban
subsidized.
on it now, even. Yeah.
It's deregulated market.
Aha. So I want to think, in my opinion, is that those people importing the final products to Nigeria are probably the one behind the all those refineries not working. And now maybe they are the one.
That's a no-brainer now.
And I also heard that the government is going to privatize this Port Harcourt refinery. Let them privatize it. What Nigerians want to see how much they're going to they're going to sell it. So at least we will know that the government is not the one in charge of it. So that maintenance can, will be, continue other than like the way it used to be. Baba, I think after this, TINUBU should focus his attention on electricity. We need to generate more. We need to have people investing in this. We can do it.
Who will invest at Dewali when we are not paying the correct price? The government is still subsidizing electricity.
Baba,
the investors will not come.
Notice that it's investing
It's doable. It's doable. All we need is just government to provide a framework. People will commit their capital into it. You see, people
how do they get paid? How do they get metering payment?
All we need to do is enforce that maybe everybody must have a prepaid, something that is traceable. You can't just do that without having, so that you can be
Not
traced.
let Nigerians hear you.
Baba, it's doable. It is
No,
doable.
I don't.
If number one, transmission is a big issue in Nigeria. We can generate. Transmission is a big issue. And another thing is that we don't have to have it like the way we used to have in Nigeria before. Those meters
It's been removed from the exclusive list. So it's left to states now to generate their own power. Why they are not doing so, I don't know. Other than maybe
you know what? At times, Nigeria, you look at it and you know that Nigeria is a joke. Who are the investors that we're shouting about? Foreign investors.
Continue, Patoski. I will come back.
We have institutions in Nigeria big institutions that should be investing in those things and should even be investing in other African countries. What are all those pension funds doing? Stanbic pension, IBTC pension, all of them.
You guys say TINUBU must not touch it now. There was a fight
should not.
a few months
Tinubu must
ago
not
about that.
wait now. Egbedro, Tinubu should not touch them. But those pension funds should be the one owning those power companies. Those pension funds, Stanbic Pension, PAL, all of them, they should be the one owning those companies. Abroad, those are the kind of institutional investors you have now. All these Black Horse, all these, what's this company now? This major company that owns all this Boeing and all those companies. What's it called now?
GAC.
Is it Black Horse or
General
something?
Electric.
No, it's not even General Electric now. There's a major institutional investor that own all those companies. That own all those Boeing.
BlackRock.
BlackRock, yeah.
BlackRock, okay.
BlackRock, all these JP Morgans, all these big companies. Those are institutional investors that should be owning those companies. They have money.
That's because there is profit.
They should be doing real business. Rather, what they are doing now is government patronage, looking for deposit on Nigerian banks. Where are they getting their money from? They are not making real investors. How many Nigerian banks have investments in Dangote as investors? They would rather create a loan for them. They should be the one sharing the risk with Dangote.
No, Patoski, you don't understand. You will invest when you know that your ROI is guaranteed. But in this case, you are generating at 2 naira and the consumers are paying 1 naira per kilowatt. So who will be interested in making that shortage? Is the government that now subsidize that 1 naira differential? And government pays as at when they have the money. So it's not attractive. That is the issue here. Patoski. Oh dear, we lost him.
I think Nigerians are not.
Okay.
What I don't even know. I don't know what's happening, Sha. But where the real interest for me, although it looks like I'm dragging you back, is the area of security. You have spoken well on security. I was in transit when you were speaking. You see, we are just running away from reality. At times, these people make me feel like Nnamdi Kanu is making sense, which is very difficult. The guy is making sense, but the way he's going about it is what is wrong. I've always said that the guy is making sense. If this guy wants to go, you cannot hold them. You cannot. But the point is that the approach that Nnamdi Kanu is using is the one that we are talking about. Now, look at this, our other brothers who will want to stay together with people who think like that. People who will open their borders to people that will come and hurt them and still blame it on other people. Look at what they did. Look at what they did with this new. They told us that there's a new
Lakarua.
I heard that those people who have been around before, that the community even allowed them and brought them in because they say, we are going to spread Islam. And now they are doing that. What kind of people do that, for Christ's sake? How would you now live together with that kind of people? How would you be living with people who have different laws apart from the law of your land? What kind of a thing is that? What kind of
You know, Patoski, let me this question that bugs me at times in my head. The way they behave, if Saudi Arabia were to invade Nigeria today, would they open up and allow them to come in easily and push them to the south?
They will take side with Saudi Arabia immediately.
Damn.
Immediately. Immediately. When Boko Haram first started, they were supporting Boko Haram now, indirectly. The northern leaders, all these Sultan, all of them were supporting Boko Haram. You know, because of the people felt that, oh, there are votes that come from the north. That's why politicians are not eager to come out and say and speak. But let's be objective. Vote coming from the north. Rigging on Ibugwe. Rigging Ibugwe. Except in the north, you'll be driving kilometers. You won't see anybody. You will see small huts. So all these numbers, where are they? Where were they living? You see
They
them
will tell you
concentrated.
inside. They are
You see them
inside.
concentrated in Kano. They are not inside.
I've been somewhere one day, hit the road, the other lane, they use it to dry pepper and kilishi inside hot sun. The whole express road, kilishi and dry pepper, the other side of the road. Fine roads.
You ask yourself, okay, I was living in Yola. Yola is supposed to be like a big city, no? Metropolitan. One of the major, if you say the cities in the north, you say Kano, Kaduna, Yola, Meduguri. Those are the major ones. When I was in Yola, Yola is made up of two major cities. The normal Yola, just like you have Lagos inside Lagos, we have Yola inside Yola, and then we have Jimeta inside Yola. Oh, Yola is the ancient city. Jimeta is the modern city. I know they see people. There are no people there.
And yet they will count them and say they are modern.
Yeah. So the point is that the concentration, all of the people in those Yola, they are moved to Kano and Abuja. I think it's from Yola.
Yeah, government is their business now.
Does he live in Yola? So the point is that most of them are not even in that city. So they will say Kano, they have population, fine, because all the people in those other states, a lot of them are moved to Kano and Kaduna. So where do those other people get that number? It's because we have not had people who are bold enough to say, look, we need social security numbers. If a child is born,
we're starting to have that in some form, though. All these NINs and all this, they're trying to.
Things, there is no robust database that integrates everything. NIN. Does a child of 15 years have NIN?
No, I think they're starting to capture people now.
How will
digitally.
they capture people now?
They are capturing them digitally now in Nigeria.
In the 21st century.
You need a digital footprint now to be able to access government. A digital footprint to be able to access government initiatives and whatnot in Nigeria.
In 21st century, especially in a country where security is a major problem. In 21st century, especially in a country where security is a major problem. By now, more than 50% of that population, more than 80% should have been captured with identity card. We should, for now, for the next 10 years, we should be a police country where a policeman can stop you on the road and just say, present your ID. Not license or not anything, not your vehicle, but just present your ID. We want to know where you have immigration roaming the streets and say, present your ID. Just ask for ID, that's all. Immigrations, just ask for ID for the next 5 years.
You do that one in the north, they go bring out something, dagger.
Then we'll know that they are not ready to stay. Then they will not complain about security anymore. It's just like
even in the north, they access banking, they access government facilities, they access government initiatives, they access government this, they access government that. And in all of these things that they access, they still need to show some sort of your NIN is linked to your phone, your this, that, and I don't think you can draw breath in Nigeria without having NIN now. Yeah.
They are living there. They are living. And they don't have. They are living. They are living. They are living.
So, is it not
in that country?
So, money. Papa. Seeking.
Nigeria is a country where àwọn èèyàn fi èkùrọ́ dìbò bàbá ṣe rántí àwọn èèyàn fi èkùrọ́ tẹ̀ka.
Honestly, we are just two countries.
So the point is
the truth.
How long la máa pretending? How long Lama pretend they know? It's just because of selfish interest. They want need power, want need vote. Vote we want need. Vote we want need.
Batoski, I repeat, that last election has proved that we are not up to 200 million.
At all.
I'm confidently saying it. We are not up to 200 million. I've been saying it though since the turn of this century. Because 200 million, you think is a joke? Where are the people? Where are the people, the 200 million people?
The votes that came out of the North was quite telling in that election. If you try and mirror it against past elections, then you know that we've been done over for several times. You know, now
Yeah, that's why they are afraid of anything that will expose the numbers.
Several now.
That's why they are fighting tax bill, they are fighting this, they are fighting on all fronts.
Reform in 2019.
All fronts they are fighting. We are not up to that.
Hey, Baba, so do you think Lagos is up to 20 million or over as they claim?
To 20 million.
You mean Lagos State?
Lagos.
Yeah,
Lagos is more than. Lagos is more than. Lagos is more. You know why I'm saying that? Look, each of the local government or the LCDAs, just mirror it in your head in the morning and in the evening hours. Just mirror it in your head and use it as an example of maybe where you are at the moment in a foreign country, that size of people, that demography. You will understand that Lagos is much more than 20 million.
From your experience, sorry, Baba, Trump daddy, how many people do you think goes to VI every day from mainland to work?
And they have Trump daddy. The train service.
I don't know. I mean,
how many?
The train service is confirming that number.
What might you say, million?
May I finish?
Yes.
How many? Be 1 million.
Yahaya Bello.
If about 2 million people enter VI every day, people will come out for money and at night they go reach there. I don't know whether you deal with numbers. I deal with numbers.
No, Patoski, I will find out tomorrow. Wait, Patoski, I'll find out tomorrow how many passengers the blue line and the red line carry every day. That will help us.
If 2 million people enter via the same time, I remember when they said they hold redemption camp. I want to watch redemption camp to 1 million. So about 1 million running. By me, I've been on that redemption camp to help me Akuro Leko and Los Abekuta. That's just 1 hour away. We Ale Lato de Abekuta. Nataro.
So, Patoski, what's your estimate? What was your estimate?
In Lagos will lead you 10 million law.
What? You must be joking. You must already go already gone 10 million.
You know why I say so?
Patoski, let me help you. Patoski, Durono, let me help you. Let me call some areas and for you to visualize that areas.
I've been involved in places where you assess numbers, like church meetings and all the stuff. Sherry, when you enter some denomination, you see crowd. You think you should have this almost 5,000 people. Tell about count, what imagine 2,500 or 1,000. People have tendency to look many. You understand? You will see some people say, this denomination is about 1,500. Tell about count, what imagine 600 long. What imagine 600 long. Numbers man to below you. 1 million is a lot. That's 1,000 in 1,000 places. And 20 million is 1,000 in 20,000 places.
No, Patoski, let me just mention these areas and visualize. Ijora, Badia, Mushi, Agege.
Mushi is comfortably 3 something million.
Oh my God.
Okukumaiku / Ojo. No, be listening. I want to just you
Okokomako and Ojo, they are not heavily populated, but Mushin, Ajegunle, I mean, Ikeja.
Ijorabadia.
You know?
Because their slums does not necessarily because you have concentration of people in a small area, so it makes Lagos look like
But that's the
it's
Lagos
dense.
experience all the way through. If you look at all of these people that
It's the density that makes you feel that there are many.
hold on, Pastor. The density, the density itself, there seems to be a culture of people, international people going to Nigeria to go and do vlogs, travel vlogs.
Oshodi Oworonshoki,
Yes,
Ikorodu.
Yeah, let me one man, let me guess. You guys are here talking about artificial intelligence, satellites, and space, right? You're here talking about the cosmology of this world, how big it is, the universe, right? You're talking about our competition, Oyibo. You're here talking about important stuff that we need to be doing so that we can compete and survive, right? I cannot believe that you be talking about anything else but that. You cannot be talking about Lagos, right? You have to know where you are, right? You have to elevate this conversation. I've tried for 2 years to make that happen. So, Baba, I'm gonna call you at this time for the first time. We have to live in the times. It's a big world. Lagos is nothing. It's nothing. So let's try to elevate it. I'm only gonna be here for a
In the
minute because I'm
context
trying
of
to enjoy
Nigeria,
myself.
Lagos is everything.
Okay, good for
Even
you.
Understand that. Get that into your head.
You're an old man.
In the
You're an
context
old
of
man.
Nigeria, Lagos is
No, hold on.
Yeah,
everything.
listen.
Let's hear Pansat.
You are a man of your time. You're an old man, right?
No, you young. You a
Let me
young man now.
hold on now. All these you have to give these youngsters a chance. You and I, we didn't do it. We failed. So what you have to do, if Lagos is big for you, keep it, right? But it's a big world, which you have every city in that country should be just as big as Lagos or better. So nobody's
I think I
dragging
touched a
Lagos with
nerve.
you.
That's why you jump on board.
Baba,
And I know how to touch the nerve.
Let me say good
Baba.
night. I'm having a good time.
Pastor, don't go yet. Pastor, this is Patrick. Don't go yet.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we're listening, what we're even talking about is more than that. We're saying, that's from my own point, that we should reassess our coexistence together as a nation. If you are taking one step or two steps forward, and another part of the country is bringing you one step backward, then you should continue to. You cannot force development on people that do not want to be developed. And I am challenging our leaders and say, why can't you take the truth to the north and show them? Oh, they say because they have population in election. I say, which population? That's what led to, we have this number of people here, we have that number of people.
Yeah,
Which
but who's
population
bringing
they have
you
in the north?
backward, though? Who's bringing you backward? No one is bringing you backward.
The Malams.
No, they just have.
Let me tell you what I'm. Let's say
They
who is
only
bringing us
have
backward.
different culture from. Wait, I hear when we talk down on other people that you don't understand.
We have not even started talking. You asked a question. Let's answer.
Yeah, answer. Who's bringing Nigerian back?
Yeah.
Well,
Nigeria.
let me. I'm only gonna be 1 more minute because of respect for.
I am not
Patowski.
trying to. I'm not trying to.
Patowski, let me assure you. I want you to be optimistic. That particular problem is not gonna be done by persuasion. We're gonna force it on them. That's what every other. If you go to Australia, they have Aborigines, right? Who don't want to let go of some culture. You got all that in the whole world. Everybody has that nonsense, right? Our problem is Britain doesn't want us to emerge. So we're gonna force through. But for now, anybody who's in denial that these Malams are holding us back, you could be in denial if you want.
Listen. You just told us now.
Let me land.
Wait,
tomorrow,
don't land yet, because I need to say something about what you just said. You just told us now that in your own time you didn't do anything. All you did is sleep on the desk. Now is our time. What you're saying is wrong. They are not holding us back. The problem is we don't understand their culture, and we refuse to respect that,
we
we
don't
have
owe
to work
them any.
together,
We don't owe
not
them
like
any.
talk down
Listen,
on them. What you're
listen to
doing
me.
is talking down on them, and that
Listen
will
to me.
never work.
Listen to
That
me.
will never work. You're
I agree.
disrespecting them.
Hold on. I agree in part. I disagree in part. Right? Yes, but they are recalcitrant. They're not listening, and they shouldn't listen. That's fine. There are two discussions we're having simultaneously. We first have to determine.
We can't hear you.
Anybody here?
No, I think we lost him to the network. Carry on, Oriola.
Well, I'm just basically what I'm just.
Oriola, you are not grasping it. You are saying we have no comprehension of, or we've not made the effort to understand their culture. But I will tell you that the northern culture is, the interaction between the northern culture and the southwestern culture, especially, and Edo culture, south too, a little bit, it's centuries old. So we understand each other very well. But you see where the problem is? The problem is that the southern part of the country has adopted a globalist westernized system, and the northern part of the country are stuck in some Middle Eastern conservatism, which is based around religious text.
You just nailed it on the head. You nailed it.
So the two cannot coexist.
Exactly.
So one has to subordinate to the other. So
why?
How do we progress? We want to go in one direction, they want to go in another direction. So
and you don't think
how can we travel on the same bus?
And you don't think we can come to the table and figure it out? We can't talk.
We've been in, like I said, we've been in that interaction for several centuries.
They never talked about it. Everybody's running away from this.
Do you know why it's difficult to get a compromise? It's because the foundation of the two ideologies are different. One is uncompromising because it's based on religion. I'm a religious person. If I have my principles or my religion, I cannot compromise it. I cannot. No matter what the culture or civilization.
Can I say something?
So because their own is based on, let me just finish. I'll leave you. Because it's based on their religion, it becomes very difficult for them to compromise it and say, let me give up this to align with you. So it's difficult. It's difficult for them.
I think so. I think we are all looking at it.
And to add, their outlook is somewhat primitive and backwards.
But did you realize that the Arabian, their culture is their way of life? Or I mean, their religion is their way of life. Technically, is their culture as well. If you have seen a lot of Pakistani, Middle Easterns, excuse me, their culture and their religion intertwine. So it looks like it's all the same. So if you look at the Northerners as well, they see them as God and you just follow whatever they're doing. That's what.
Yes, but
that's
in
exactly
those
the same
those
way.
countries that have measured, they are monoculture. The Saudi Arabia are purely Arabs and there are no Christians there. In Pakistan, they are mostly.
No, they have Christians in
but
Saudi.
they are not a sizable number. Do you have a church in Mecca?
Yes, they're not the majority.
You cannot,
yes.
as a Christian, you cannot.
They are not even of any
Mecca.
significance. Not even not a majority.
A non-Muslim is not allowed into
Go and open Bible bookshop in Saudi.
You can have a shop in Jeddah and other city. A Christian, a non-Muslim cannot enter the holy city of Mecca. That's the rule.
And they have guards, and they have guards too. Yeah.
You cannot go into that city. I'm not saying going to Kaaba, go into the city of Mecca if you are not a Muslim.
I think you can. I don't know if what you're saying.
No. They have big walls, and you have to declare that you are Muslim before they let you in.
Before you enter, I'm not saying
No,
you cannot go
Oriola, you cannot. Even during the first Desert Storm, I think that was Desert Storm. The other one was Desert Shield, or it's Desert Shield before Desert Storm. When the Americans needed a base in Saudi Arabia, they have to seclude them. I read it in Colin Powell's memoir. They have to seclude them. And when the time came for Christmas, they have to play Christmas carol. And they said you can't play Christmas carol on the soil of Saudi Arabia. That is an Islam country. And they negotiated and said, okay, at the end of the day, they reached a compromise and said, okay, play it instrumental, no word. If you are going to play the Christmas carol, that's how strict they are in that country.
Right, it's a Muslim country, but the point I want to make is this: we're saying Northerners, they follow those people, and let's look at it. We look at Qatar, we look at Dubai, even Saudi Arabia, that they're building Jeddah, like one fancy city now. They're building it. We have this Muslim country. They're doing, they work with the technology age that we are in right now. They want every single thing, and a lot of people are traveling there. I if we come to the table with the Northerners, if we come to the table, I think we can sort it out. But the problem that I actually have is this: before all these Westerners and the Arabic came into our land, we have a system of governments. Why are we throwing that away? Because it's even better than what we are having right now. Why are we throwing that away? What's ours? And now the southern part of Nigeria, we want to follow the Western people, want to be like them, want to talk like them, want to do everything like them. Is creating problem for us because we don't have the foundation. What they left for us is what we are working on, and he's getting us nowhere from every single thing. Same thing with these Northerners as well. They didn't want to. They already threw away their culture. They want to be like the Arabic people. They want to be like Mecca. They want to be like those Egyptians. But they only want to take what they want. The rest, the technological part of it, where they're developing, they're not taking that. So that's why I said that we are not ready to talk, because when we are ready to,
are you familiar with the word Wahhabism?
I think I've heard that, but I don't know what that is.
It's a strand of or a strain of Sunni Islamism. You know that Islam is broken into two different strands, which is Sunniism, which is the one that is vastly practiced by that's led by the Saudis, and then you have Shiaism, which is the Iranian inflection. Is to do with the relationship of the aftershoots of the Prophet Muhammad. But within Sunnism, you have something called Wahhabism. So with Wahhabism, it's essentially a strict adherence. It's a very conservative strand of Sunnism, which is a strict adherence to a literal living practice of the words of the Quran. And it is that Wahhabism,
the Hadith particularly.
Yes, and it is that Wahhabism that has been adopted by the northern Nigeria. So there is no conversation to be had. It's either you adhere to what they see as their pious, sanctimonious way and cultures, or you yield to the sword. So the chasm is too big between.
I think now I understand what you're saying about the Wahhabism. So basically, what that is, the same way we have like liberal and you have the conservative is the same way when you have the Sunni and the Shia. And the Wahhabism that you're talking about, that they're just like I would call them disciples that watch while Muhammad was alive. They watched him do their thing, and after passing, some of them now have their own ideology, saying that they took it from the prophet that brought Islam. So it's just like, I mean, even in Nigeria, you will see that some people that they're very religious, people start following them and they make them in a godlike way. I believe that's exactly what is going on. This is just when you're illiterate. This is easy. You become a target, and you can just follow crowd, even though you don't understand exactly. I believe that to be honest with you, that we can easily get rid of those things if we really want to. No, okay. Don't you have
get rid of Wahhabism?
Wait, don't you have some people that kind of like see their pastors like godlike? It's the same way they see.
It's not even close in level.
It's not close. It's not the same thing.
I'm a Muslim. I know what I'm talking about. I'm a Muslim. They seem people.
These people will give their life in the click of a finger to defend and protect, what they believe and stand for.
Yeah. Well, that's
but
what
no
I'm saying.
Southerner will want to defend Christianity up to the point of killing yourself or dying for it.
Not even stubbing your toe. You wouldn't even want to stub your toe for.
But
that's
why I was saying that we don't really understand, because when you understand from the point of view, the angle I'm coming from, I'm trying to say to you that there's some people that they become fanatic, where they take it to another level, and they believe in the person that is telling them this is how you need to do. They didn't really read the book. They didn't focus on that book. They only focus on one person ideology, and they follow that. That's why I said that, because those people that you're talking about, if you step up to them and ask them questions like, how did you get this? Where do you read it from? Give us a source. Is there any reference to what you're doing? A lot of them would just refer to the person that is leading them. That's what I'm saying.
No. There's something called hadith, or I hope that's the right pronunciation in
hadith.
Islam.
That's what I just. That's the disciples. Disciples created that.
No, it's not the disciples. It's the interpretation of the text, which is led by a senior imam.
I just told you now that I'm a Muslim, and I'm telling you.
You're an American Muslim now. You're not a real Muslim,
and you're telling me that this is it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm telling you, this is what it is. It's the people that walk with prophets. They wrote their own book, little what happened during his time.
Some of those are interpretation of the real text, which they said dropped from heaven.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what they call hadith. It's not people we become fanatics sometimes, that we take someone's point of view and we cling to that and believe that that's how it is, instead of us to go ahead and read on our own. We are not doing that.
No, Oriola, you don't understand. We spent 64 years in doing that. Have you seen a snake with two heads before? It's on a journey to nowhere.
Sir,
you understand? They are moving in a different direction.
Sir,
say again.
Tell me when you have that talk. That everybody come to the table and they're
It's not about talks. Wait, calm down. We've had series of talks through creation of different constitution, for which they gain prominence by having more numbers in the Constituent Assembly that created those constitutions. The last one we are operating now is where from,
Baba, we've even had national conferences to discuss just how we are from. I think we've had about 4. We've had about 4.
Yeah, but they never, whatever the result that came from those talk was never put to, they never do anything with it.
No, you see,
it was frustrated now.
One man.
Yeah.
Let me mention something. You see, nobody hates the other in the real sense. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but from my own context, I don't hate any part of the country. My wife's from North Central, you understand, from a Muslim family. So we don't. The point is that we want to be able to respect them and still be able to deal with them. But the point is that if we are together, we are likely to maintain a position that is not likely to align with theirs. But if we are neighbors, we might even be more beneficial to ourselves. It doesn't mean that we will not buy tomatoes from the north, or buy pepper from the north, or buy cattle from the north. After all, we are currently buying cattle from Mali. Some of these cattle you see coming here are from Mali. You understand? They still sell onions. Some of the onions you see are from Niger, not even from the north. So we will still continue to live that way. People like us, my brother from Southeast, will still continue to have businesses there. But we can allow them. They don't have to come to our National Assembly to get a permission to use Sharia in their country. Just like they have to now come to National Assembly to say, we want Sharia in Kano, and it was a debate in National Assembly, even though the state had the power to take their position. But if they are on their own, they don't even need our permission to do that. And we don't have to protest and say, no, we don't want Sharia, because it's not even with us. You understand? So people can live together that way. We don't have to be the same country. After all, it didn't happen by our choice. It was the white that made it happen. And if we say we go different way, it does not necessarily mean that we are fighting them. It just means that we want to stay alive. We want to prevent a war.
Wait,
You
I
can
agree
imagine.
with you 100%. I like the angle. With
And
this,
also, they are timing our progress. You know,
No, let's say that.
no,
We are
no,
also
they are
hindering
putting a
their we
ball
are also
chain.
hindering
They
their
are putting a
progress.
ball.
No, we are
How are
also
we
hindering
hindering
their
their progress?
Baba.
What
We are
progressive idea have they come
no,
forward with?
they have their own progress, the way they
Which is
define it.
what? Reverting back to Wahhabism?
but that's
It could be that. It's based
That's
on the way they
progress.
defined it. They could have a target. We're looking at progress. We measure our progress based on, oh, we want to be like America, we want to be like this. There might be, oh, we want to be like Dubai or Saudi Arabia. That might be their own way. But
yeah,
so
but okay, if I may say this, I don't even think we need to break up. I just think that we just have to have different region
no,
where
it's very
if I
difficult.
wait,
Once we
I
have
don't
different
think it's
region, we'll
difficult.
break.
UK is doing it. It's not difficult. Is it Switzerland or Swiss? One of those countries, they're doing it. They have different um ethnicity living together, and each region is doing it exactly the way they want to do it, but they're
Exactly.
under one umbrella.
But my brother, if you take a bill to National Assembly today, which somebody tried to do to bring us into region, guess where the bulk vote that says no come from?
Yeah.
It's from there. Now we're trying to propose a tax bill that can even make everybody develop and generate their own revenue on their own. Even if you can't physically break into region, at least we can economically break into regions physically in terms of physical capacity. But guess where the opposition is coming from? From the same place. You understand what I'm saying? Because they will now think that everything is meant to be targeted at them or something. It might not necessarily be the people, it might just be their own elite. But we are saying, okay, no problem. Develop. Let me give you a good example. Look at oil. Oil was discovered in the south for a long time as national revenue and everything. And everybody's sharing. When they discover gold in that part of the country, they kept it to themselves. Up till now, Nigeria has not been able to say this is how much we make from gold in national revenue.
Wait,
And
they didn't keep it. Wait, they didn't keep it to themselves. You have a law that says all the mineral resources it either belongs to the state government or it belongs to
they belong to the federal government. Mineral resources
exactly.
belong to
So
federal
Oil
government.
also is a
how are they
mineral
auditing it?
resource.
They didn't
Oil is a
audit.
mineral resource. Are the people of the South enjoying it alone?
Yeah, but they didn't audit because it belonged to the federal government. So how are they auditing it?
Oh, how can the gold now belong to states? What are you saying?
No.
To
What I'm
control
saying is
gold.
this. He's saying that the gold, they keep it to themselves. I'm saying that all mineral resources belongs to the central, right? It belongs to the federal government. How is Sanfara auditing it? They're not auditing it. They're secretly like letting some people come and take some of their gold. And it's not only them. It happens in the south as well. So this is the carelessness of the federal government.
Yeah, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that
When they are using terrorism to
the
threaten
South, that time
your
we
forces,
used to
how do you fight that?
exactly.
Because they will scream blue murder the moment you're trying to
The
use
moment you try
force.
to, if look at the way they put naval ship and everything, and they are hitting the south. The moment you first of all try to do that in the north, they will say you are targeting north. Look at the effort that federal government was making to fight Boko
Meanwhile, we
Haram.
have
Initially,
JTFs all over the south and the
exactly
riverine
all over the
areas
place. Whereas the
to
effort that
protect
Jonathan
the
was
wells
making,
owned by their people
yeah,
who has never even seen an oil well before.
yeah. So to fight Boko Haram, the effort initially made by Jonathan, the northern leaders said no, that's an effort, that's a targeting of the northern people. Now it has become an embarrassment to them. Insecurity has become a northern embarrassment. That's why they
And
are
they
now
make it a
saying
federal government problem they created, and they are still
they say that
sustaining.
federal government is not doing enough. That's the argument now. So the point is that it looks like we don't really understand ourselves. Can we give ourselves a break?
We don't.
There's
You're right.
discordant notes
And we are
in
not
all
willing
of
to
this.
sit down to understand ourselves. The
We are not
moment,
reading from the same page.
because now, because as it is now, the existing structure benefit them more. Let's be objective. You can't run away from that. The existing structure favors them more than it does favor the southwest and the southeast. So
But
if they are trying to
let me say
effect a
something.
restructuring, they are the first to say no.
Yeah, but wait. The nuts.
So how
Are
do
you
you
saying
continue like
because
that?
do you realize that majority of like this North Central, they're all like either they're Yorubas or they're Igbos. So
No.
they align. Wait,
Majority
their
of North
religion
Central like
is not really to the north.
no. Okay, let's break down so that we don't even deceive ourselves. The North Central, you are looking at Niger, Benue,
Jukun,
Benue, Kogi,
Kwara, Kogi.
Kwara,
Igala,
Kogi,
Igala.
Taraba, and Taraba. Now, if you pick it one by one, the Niger guy sees himself as a northerner. He doesn't see himself as a southerner or middle belter. He sees himself as a northern person. When they say they were moving stuff from Abuja to Lagos, they didn't say they were moving something from North Central. They said they are moving something from the north because they see themselves as northerner. Whereas Abuja is supposed to be North Central. The North Central guy didn't shout. It is the Kano guy and the Meduguri guy, Ndume, that shouted they are moving something from the north because Niger is purely north. There's a part of Kwara that is purely north. Baruti, that side, they see themselves as north. You understand?
Patoski, it's your problem and the Southerners' problem. If you want to break up the South into different parts and maintain your distinct identity, but the Northerners, they're not stupid. They know they have different parts of the North. So you don't want to claim North Central Abuja as
No,
part of the
what
North.
you are
Why not?
saying, the argument
Why
you are
not?
making is that it is when they are taking a position. If we want to effect a change, for example, they are quick to say no because the current structure favors the north. The current structure favors the north.
I understand. I know. At the end of the day, quite frankly, Baba is there. If you look at the accounts of Nigeria's history, right, and the way and what the country has become, and the position that the Northerners take, right, I don't blame them. I don't blame them. See, I think the Southerners wanted to play a fast one on them, and I've always said it. When it comes to leadership, the Northerners, they're quite smart. We like to make fun of them, like Fan said, they don't go to school, Almajiri and all this nonsense. And that is true to a certain degree. But their leaders are very competent. They understand power, and I love them for that. They understand power. They don't play around. So, but from the onset, got to keep
So
in mind that
which power are we going to do? Our leaders should encourage us to have more children so that we can have
Prince Daddy, please, what have they done with the
with
power?
number. What have they
We,
done
as
with
as a
number?
country, we are 64 years old, and 48 out of that 64, we had northern leadership in the
but
country.
I'm not saying
So
they've done
they've held
anything
reign
with
of
the
power
power.
for 48 years of our 64 years of existence. What
They have
have
not
they
even
done with it
benefited
for
their
their
own
people?
Oh,
people. They
my
have not
point
even
is that
benefited their
they
own
know
people.
how to monopolize power. They know how to use power for their own advantage. The elite I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Now,
because
they
their people are malleable. Because their people are malleable. They make sure their
well,
people are not informed. You can't do that.
there are people. See, this culture, their culture and their religion is very foundational, and just like just like that. I always say, okay, the reason why, especially in the southern part, that it may say is well developed and and this other thing is because the people have self determination individually, not because so much of the governance of the government. Yeah, sure. Back in the days of Awolowo and Jacqueline Day, it was much better. The government was more directly involved in the lives of the people. But the reason the South is so much better, so to speak, is because individuals take things into their own hands. They have more self-determination, unlike the Northerners, for example, if you want to put it that way. But other than that, our leaders are not any better than they are.
Wait, let me ask you a question.
No, Oriola, beg, let me answer Prince
How is
Daddy.
the
Prince
South
Daddy,
better than the North?
Oriola,
Because
please. Prince Daddy, look back retrospectively. Their leader, foremost, let me call it even their founder, Sadauna, put them in the proper trajectory. Education and everything. He was playing catch up, but playing catch up properly to the extent that everything in the North was free. Pre-1966. Even they were importing teachers, India, Philippines, Britain, for them. They have work. The Southerner only goes there to work on contract. On contract. It was a closed door policy. But the present crop of leadership they had after 66, the demise of the Sadauna, they are the problem today. They are the children that Sadauna trained, and they did not copy their founding father. Rather, they enslaved their people. That is the word. They enslaved their people. That is where the problem is.
Baba,
They did not continue.
Baba, they didn't enslave their
sorry,
people.
Oriola, 1 second. We need 10 new subscribers today to take us over a particular threshold. So if you are listening and you are not yet subscribed, if you have no reason not to be subscribed, then I'd go on and do that. 10 new subscribers in the course of this session. Oriola, carry on.
Baba, have you seen Kwara Yoruba Muslims? They act exactly the same way. They worship their leaders. They act like they're gods. They respect them to that extent. It's the same way. That culture is the same culture that Northerners are practicing. That's number one. Number two, who's telling us that the southern part of Nigeria have they don't southern Nigeria, they don't have the same ideology. The East and the West, they don't believe in the same thing. While we're acting like this, if we make Nigeria north and south, everything will be gravy, will be sweet in the southern part of Nigeria. No, why we have to go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was going to say that's how they make it sound, and I think I agree with you on that point.
That's how the Northerners made it sound. You understand?
No, the Southerners.
It is the South. Look, they block us together when they want to talk. You understand? Until lately, when they said their fixation on Lagos, they will always say the South, the South, the South. And when they want to talk about it, they say the North, the North, the North. But all of us know that the South is not even one. It's not even two. It's not even three.
Can I say something? See, when you look up the senators or the House of Rep for Kogi State, the majority of them, they're all Yorubas. If you look the House of Rep for Kwara and the senators, their names are Yorubas. I don't understand why we are falling for this Northerner and this thing.
No. That is,
yes,
wait.
look
Let
it
me
up right
let me
now.
give you an example.
Let's look it up. Their names.
Okay, can you wait? Let me give you an example,
majority
please.
Yorubas.
Sorry.
We need to stop this.
Have you had
and
the
when
name?
we look at Taraba or whatever,
have you had the name
their
Tunde
names sound
Diagmo?
Igbo. Why are we making them like
Can you
northern?
Okay. Have you had the name Tunde Diagmo?
Yes. Isn't that
it's
Yoruba?
a Yoruba name, right?
Yes.
Will I shock you if I tell you that Tunde Diagmo was a Fulani man? How about that?
Yeah. If you says I don't
mother
think
is a Diagmo, and he assumed the mother's name. So a lot
Wait. Are you saying the father is Fulani and the mother is Igbo? Is Yoruba?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
exactly.
But that
you see, the
doesn't
people
make
of
him
Kwara,
is half. That doesn't make him.
No, I'm only telling you this because of what you said. And trying to say the people of Kwara. Yes, there are Yorubas in
We
Kwara.
operate a patriarchy in Africa, Oriola.
Exactly. There are Yorubas in Kogi, in Kwara. No doubt about that. But we are not unmindful to that. Most of the Yorubas in Kwara particularly claim Fulani paternity. So how am I to argue about that? That's how they want to be identified. And I respect that. You
I don't think
understand?
they claim Fulani. They only claim they're Muslims.
Even the Sarakis, they claim Fulani. Yes, I said it bold-facedly. It's only of late we are hearing different, trying to hedge their bets. But when the military were in power, the Baba himself, Dr. Olushola Saraki, said he was not a Yoruba man, that he is Fulani.
All right. If I may say something, so when you look at all their local governments, their Yoruba local government, are you saying all the kings also claim they're Fulani? Because out of like 20 local government that they have,
12
about
of the
18 or 17 is
12
Yoruba.
of the local governments occupied by Yorubas. I think they have 16 or so.
Yes.
I wish Simba is here to correct
me. We can correct that. I mean,
you understand? But the rest are occupied by people who claim to be Fulanis, and they have their emirates. And the emirates of that 4 local government dominates. Don't let's deviate by talking about the politics of that state. Let's get bogged down with what exactly we are talking about, the North and South dichotomy.
Yeah, on the issue of the North and South dichotomy, see, I'll tell you, growing up, having spent some time in Kaduna State, even as a child, the Kaduna that I know, right, was super nice and clean. The roads were much better than Lagos and in the south, as far as I'm concerned. And
I agree with you. Even up to today, if you go on YouTube and look at their roads, I agree with what you just said. Most of the northerners' roads way better.
Yeah, federal roads.
Hold on. This is from
sorry, that's down to topography, though. But I carry on Prince.
It's topography. Okay. Well, my point. Okay, back then, that gets us in the car with the driver. We drive to the rural parts of Kaduna. I don't even know that part, but all the roads to get to that village or that place is like super nice and clean. See, back then, by the way, I was going to tell you earlier, Baba, to be aware of a decay in institutions or individuals in regard to Saudi Arabia, for example. But back to Nigeria. See, we go to the rural places. My point here is that back then, I think that the northern leaders, they did their part. They tried to develop their space, and they did their best. And leadership changed, things changed. Greed came to play, like everywhere across the country. And maybe their leaders are not doing as much as they should. Perhaps this Nigerian thing and this, uneducated kids caught them unawares because they were not paying attention. But my point here is that
perhaps that is the cocoa of the matter. When you use perhaps, then you are hedging. That is the cocoa of the matter. So
okay, maybe it's poor leadership. They weren't paying attention, and it caught them unawares. That is fine. But I'm trying to make a point here that look, at the end of the day, from my own perspective, I don't think the southern leaders, maybe when I exclude Lagos, whatever, they are not any better than the northern leaders. I don't think they are. And again, the reason why the South seems to be hedging the North is because a lot of people have self-determination, not because we're getting all the best quality services from the government. No, it's because we just happen to we open eye more than they do. To put it that way, that's it. And again,
what about the 13 million children, 13 million out of school children? How did that happen to them? Was it an overnighting, or is it an overnighting that they have that great number?
If their leaders must have dropped the ball somehow, they were not paying attention. And And by the way, because of that porous borders, I mean, we get you talking about counting these people in the north. They're not up to this and that, but they, with their porous borders, can easily and adopt all these other Nigerians and Malians or whatever as part of the population, and they can exploit their population at any time. On that claim, I don't think we have claim in that regards, really. But the 13 million you're talking about again is a failure in leadership, and their culture and tradition did not help, especially their religion actually did not help them a lot. They could have done a whole lot more. But trust me, their leaders are as greedy as our leaders. Our leaders are not any better.
Okay, let me give you an example, Prince Daddy. Let me give you an example. When Jonathan was there, he created, I think, anybody can fact check me. I'm not sure of what I'm going to say. Let me use a lot. A lot of Almajiri schools. The schools were roving schools. They even have libraries on wheels following these people up and down. And when a Fulani man came on board, Buhari, he dismantled that structure. Why did he do that?
Yeah, because that's not how Almajiri's school system should be. That's why I was saying that. We like to do things. We instead of us to sit down, understand, listen to people how their culture works. Almajiri system is not the same way as the Western school. It doesn't work that way. When you look at the Muslim Yorubas now that live in Kwara, and they're going through that Almajiri type of system for their education, it's more like you be
No.
one
They are
person.
like theirs is like madrasas, not Almajiri school. The Quarries is like madrasas.
The guy, one of the northern guy came on this one man show and explained it to
Hazan.
us. And what he said is what I'm saying. He said they put people. If you have a kid, if I have a kid now, I'll take my kid to one of the Islamic scholar to be under them. That's how Al-Majiri works. So basically, they're going through school with that guy. The guy is in charge, and he can use them for other purposes as well. Meaning, if he needs to wash clothes, he can ask them to do that while they learn under him. That's how that system works. What we do in Nigeria is we don't sit down, listen to people. We
There is
decide
a
that
limit
just
to
the
that
same way we're
education,
talking
that kind
here.
of system. How do they upgrade when they come of age under that kind of Almajiri system you just talked about?
Exactly. Now that's where government can come in and understand how they can make everything work exactly the way you're coming up with it. But that's not what
Almajiri
we're
University,
doing.
are you suggesting?
I'm not. I don't know how this is. So I don't have opinion on this because I don't even understand the system completely. So they
That's the
have to
problem.
explain to us.
Sorry. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, Simba, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah. Good morning, Oriola, Tambadi, Adewale, BT, woman. I was greet the king of the house.
Simba, your connection is a bit wavy, but keep talking. Maybe it will improve.
Okay. It's like we, as Baba, it's like understand the so-called Almajiri system. I don't think there's any way we can upgrade it. But I'll give you an example.
Sorry, Simba. Move around a bit. I think I'm not sure you are hooking up quite. Can people hear me more? Is it wavy, Baba?
We can hear you, but Simba is a little bit just exactly as you said. It sounds a little bit, yeah.
So can you hear me now?
Try again.
Yeah, better now.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, I just changed my internet source.
Okay, this is perfect.
Okay, so I will give you an example of a popular Islamic cleric in Ilorin. They call him Aliaga. He's a popular Islamic cleric. He went to all these Lekiu, because that's what they call it. They don't call it Almajiri system in Ilorin. And the guy, after acquiring all this Islamic knowledge, now went to the normal Western school. He became a professor in the university. He now established school from primary to secondary. using that same system. But what he is doing now is he adopted it towards the Western way of education by all these kids is like because the elementary system is just like a boarding school. But in the case of Almajiri, they don't pay. So they made the children to work for them to get whatever they want to get as their own reward for teaching them, for training them. But this one now, it made the parents will pay. It will teach them both Islamic and Western education. And fantastically, they were doing very well. The school is one of the best schools that we have in Kwara. You understand? But the situation we have at hand, we can blame government, but for us, we need to blame the parent first. The parents, the attitudes, the culture is not in favor of what we are discussing. The parents are not. Let me give you, for example, I have a nurse here, a northern nurse. Just because the husband has 2 wives, she only worked for 2 years and left because she want to engage in competition in having children with the second wife. She cannot cope. Work. She has children already that she can work and use the money that whatever is earning here to take care of. But because of that my husband has another wife, she left after 2 years. And she just left around February last year. And I mean this year. And I just saw on her DP 2 days ago. I saw a baby that she put on her DP. I mentioned her name. I called her. I said, what is happening? Who is this baby? He said, that is my baby. February to this is November. You know, and that is you understand? But that is the culture. So what we need, I don't know what we can do to change our culture. And the man doesn't care.
Wait, can I say something? Why do you want to change their culture? What's your business in changing their culture?
Believe me, is the cultural thing,
But it's none of your business to change their culture,
that is
though.
fueling this thing. If you can, as a man, let me tell you.
Hold on.
Oriola, you asked a question. That culture is holding them and by extension us back.
Who tells you that it's holding them back? That's your own opinion.
It's the lived experience of the Nigerian situation.
But they like it. They didn't complain about it.
Us back. Is it that we cut them loose or we upgrade them?
That's what I'm saying. We're trying to dictate how they live their life. We have to work with them. We can't just tell people this is change your way of life because you're we are
not saying change, but they have to learn that whatever they are doing is not working for them. And you know one thing, there's only one that is constant in this level, change.
Did they tell you that it's not working for them?
Oh. So you think they don't know that it's not working for them?
Did they tell you?
I didn't see none of them complaining, except for one guy, Sanusi. Nobody complains about it.
Because they politicize it. That is it. Because they know that anybody that speak against it, if you are a politician, if you speak against this culture, people will not vote for you. They know. That's why they can't talk about it. Everybody knows. Even if you move to the elite, they know. If go and meet the elite now, do you think they embrace that culture? Some of them don't do it.
So the best way to solve the problem is to talk about it. You come to round table, talk about it, and find solution. Now nobody's talking about it. So we now want to force them, since nobody is talking about it. I mean, the guy that forced it, Jonathan, like Baba just said, he forced it, create schools and everything. He refused to sit on the table and discuss with them. After he left, what did they do? They break everything. We can't force people.
Simba, quickly. So, I mean, it was interesting the example that you used. Actually, a nurse, an educated person, not a Marjorie, some uneducated northern woman. So, you're talking about somebody that's actually exposed. She traveled, to a different country to work. So, this person you're talking about, she's educated, okay, but she still chose to pursue their tradition or culture in having more children. So what do you think the problem is now? I mean, what is the real problem if the illiterate and the educated both have the same goal or ideology at the end of the day?
It's an orientation problem. Orientation.
Exactly. And if even whatever education you have, if you are still living in that environment, is
Can I
going to
ask
be
you a
difficult for you.
question? Why
Okay, go ahead.
why are Yorubas keep prostrating for their king? You should stop it because it's nonsense.
What
You should
negative
stop it.
effect? What
Don't
negative? No, just
prostrate
hold on,
to
Oriola.
anyone.
What negative effect does that have on development and growth?
Because it makes you not to stand up to your elders when
That
they're
is not
doing wrong.
true. That's not
we can't stand up to our elders when they're doing wrong.
Then
And
when
the same thing,
Oriola, let me just put this as a joke. When you say it doesn't make them stand up to their elders, then you've not encountered a man called rational mind.
Yeah, but
Okay, that's a good one, Baba.
Out of millions.
Are they finding?
Listen, Oriola, actually, we should be like the Igbo people. We should grow a backbone and stand up straight. You know, we should do that.
Because our culture, we should throw away our culture.
Find a different example. Like, what is all this? The ballet doesn't mean that you're weak now. Don't you?
Okay. So
they say
Almajiri means you're weak.
Oh, hold on. They said kilo way na baba what's that way na pé ọmọdé gbọ́n àgbà gbọ́n. Doesn't mean the youth is weak now. You see, has the right to speak his mind in front of the elders. Because you're nobody, you can still speak your mind now. So that's a terrible example. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think your own point of view is a terrible example. The point I'm trying to make is we want to force them to change their ideology, their culture.
Okay, can I give an example? Sorry. Simba is here. I'm glad Simba is here. So Simba, when a child is going to boarding school, you must take vaccinations, right? Mumps and stuff, just to prevent stuff. If I now say, okay, because they can do their whatever they want to do, no vaccination just go up. So everybody else has to get Simba, go ahead. I think your thing is going back and forth. But my point is, for the greater good, you must force development. You must force change sometimes. I've always said Nigeria needs like a Chinese kind of model of governance. All this democracy thing is not working. You need to whip people in line.
Don't we have our own form of government before colonization?
It's not
why are we keeping?
Yeah, we can go. If that is going to work, let's do that. But all this democracy thing is not working. You need that kind of Koboko kind of democracy.
No, I disagree with you. So
you don't have to believe all this. I don't want to change. I don't want to develop. I don't want to grow. You will grow by force. You will grow.
So
BT, it doesn't need by force. You understand? Let every region develop at their own pace.
I agree.
Let's adopt the system that will make us develop at our own pace. And let us all control our resources. We control our resources. You understand? That is at the heart of all of the matter we're talking about now. So that if you control your resources, you will be able to develop at your own pace. Whether you fritter away your money on frivolities, that is your business.
But
so the North can be at peace.
I don't think that will work as well. And
why wouldn't it work?
Well, and I will tell you. So let's say we have East, West, and North, and the western part or eastern part is doing good. Don't be surprised that a lot of people will just flock to where it's doing good.
Well, you accommodate them if you can. If you cannot, then keep them at abeyance. It's within your rights.
Because I'm just saying
your resources, first and foremost, is for your people, even though we are under the same umbrella called Nigeria.
Yeah.
So if you can accommodate any other person, or you put them on condition upon which they can come to your region and work and prosper.
But
they will overwhelm you, though.
No, Ade, listen. there has to be a minimum threshold, right? That you must meet. So even if I say you should do you in your own area, you can't be getting 20 in common entrance, 40 in WAEC or whatever. Then when you come down
quota system, what kind of system is that?
So there has to be a minimum standard that everybody has to meet, regardless of where you are.
We have quota doctors, quota pilots, quota major general, quota traders, quota this. What is that? And that's at the heart of why we are not progressing. Because here we are, you are a doctor of quota system. I'm a proper doctor. And there is a vacancy in the establishment we both work. And they said that vacancy is only for Northeasterners or people from Borno State. So they have to promote you ahead of my good self. How do you think that will affect me negatively or positively? Will I want to give my best for a system that, of course, relegated competence to the background? That is at the heart of why we are not progressing today. Because even major generals we have, instead, this is the exclusive right of Southwest, this position. And then the people that are not in, let me give you a true example for you to understand. Let's say there is a recruitment for army today, and they say each state must bring 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. That is 360. If we add the capital, that's 370. Fine. When you go to some, and the minimum will be ONG. When you go now to maybe a state like maybe Taraba, they will have only 3 with OND. Do you know they will now go and bring school certificate leaders, 7 to cover that their own quota? He will also now become a soldier. He will be promoted. What kind of soldier is that? And if I know that this man came in through just school certificate, why do you think I will respect him? And that man could fortunately become an officer even ahead of you, who is more qualified.
Baba,
that's the system we are running.
Baba, let me give you an example. During my residency training, I had a colleague. Before he finishes residency, he had already gotten a job in one of the federal medical center in the north. And when we're having the exam, our final exam, he was even telling me that he was asking me, I didn't even know, after my residency, I didn't even know where I would go. I would go back to labor market. He was already asking me, are you ready to work for me? That is my colleague.
Oh, you see what I just said? Your colleague said, can you work for me?
Believe
and maybe
me,
you are even better than him.
And right there, he called the hospital and said that prepare. He sent my CV to them and said, prepare an appointment letter. Because that was it. Because they do, in fact, and the way it was that time, it was actually sponsored using the same federal money from the north to come and train in Ilori. You understand? Ready for that position. Ready for that position. In preparation for that position.
Yeah, hold on for him, Baba. Yeah.
In readiness for that position. You understand? He already knew if he finished that training where he will go and work and where he was going to head. Me, the same colleague, the same qualification, I will be thrown into the labor market looking for job. I think this regional thing that Baba is talking about, I think what is that the thing has eliminated, because the only thing that was making us to prosper or seemingly to be growing that time is the competition between the regions. And immediately they merge everything together, that competition was eliminated.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I can't fault the Northerners for being able to game the system. The system is there to be gamed, and I think they may have the upper hand right now, and that's what is going on. Again, from the onset, which is fine. From the onset, from the accounts I've heard from you, Baba, and some other people, it was never the interest of the Northerners to be one Nigeria. In fact, I think they wanted to be isolated and be by themselves. So there comes the Southerners. Agbari is so smart, smarter than everybody else,
Trump daddy.
and now, yeah.
It was the people that abolished it. They thought it will favor them, and the Northerner hijacked it. It was a Southerner problem.
Exactly.
You
That's my
understand?
point. That's the point I've been making all along and for forever. See,
Yeah.
I don't blame them for. That's what I say. Listen, an average
We
northern leader
thought
is.
because of our education and everything, we had an advantage. So that you understand? Yes, that was it. It was
Exactly. So
the
an
Southerner
average
fault.
northern leader, an average southern leader is no smarter. I keep saying all the time, smarter than the northern leader. In fact, they are more strategic and they know how to play the
There are
game.
more
They've
cohesion
mastered the game.
among them. There are more cohesion
Exactly.
among them.
What we don't. That's one big thing we don't have in the South. The Yorubas and now Igbo leaders can't really see eye to eye. Always playing games and cat and mouse game, trying to outdo each other. But they are able to come together and work on the plan. Even though at the end of the day, it may not benefit a lot of their own
Prince
people, but
Daddy,
their leaders are.
is
Trump
because
daddy, even the people that are
Rikishi is
seemingly
giving
different.
is their strength. Is the Rikishi that gives them strength. No Rikishi in the south. The east can go anywhere they want to go, and the west will go anywhere they want to go. The south can go anywhere
Oh,
they want
what
to
is
go.
Rikishi? What is Rikishi? Sir?
Rigmarole.
Prince Daddy, they're not together in the north. What they have is they have a small minority that's able to empower majority of them, and they are the one who is choosing where to go. They lead the rest. So that's what it is. If we leave them together, don't be surprised that 5 years from now there might be an
That's not
internal
what it.
eruption.
Sorry, Oriola. That's not what it is. They have some sort of oligarchy, which is based on patriarchy, which is then based around religion and based around deference. So it's a rank that they set up. So that's their strength. The rank that they.
But
From my understanding,
one thing you have to
wait, let me
realize.
say
Sorry,
something
Uriola.
real quick. Let me say something real quick. From my understanding, Fulani is controlling the entire north. If you look, all the emirs, they're all Fulani. They control every single thing, and they're the minority. So they came into Nigeria in 19th century, and they're controlling the entire north. They lead them. They tell them what to do. I think that's what's going on. And even the Boko Harams and all of those small ones, they're just the people that want to separate from these people. We just didn't understand what's going on in that part of the country, and we think because we are Southerners, we can talk. There's more thing going on internally
Oriola, this
that we
is where
have
my
no
annoyance is.
understanding of.
But they are using that security also now to rubbish the whole country that they can't do anything about it. They invited it, they are sustaining it, and they are blaming everybody.
Yeah, but you forced them to be Nigerians. They told you in the first place they don't want to be part of us, but we forced them
No,
to.
forget
So
about
now why
that.
are we
Forget
blaming
about
them?
those things. Forget about
Invent
those
has
stories.
overtaken all of that.
Exactly. Baba, what I want to say is because what Toriola is talking about, if you look at what you said earlier about the Ilorin people, as far as I'm concerned, they are like 90%. In fact, I can't even say there's any Fulani in Ilorin. They are Yoruba, pure Yoruba. They don't speak any other language apart from Yoruba. They have Uriki. Do you understand? But for them to be saying, okay, that because how can you be a Fulani and have Uriki? All the Ashake, Akonde, and all those things that they will bear in Yoruba, that is how they. And if you look at not one Oriki like that, they have Oriki Ile, that he is Yoruba.
Even the emir, what's his own name now? Gambari, what is his Yoruba name? I've forgotten their Yoruba name. Kolapo.
Is it not
Kolapo
Zulu?
is not an Hausa name after all.
Is it not Zulu?
No, Sulu Gambari.
Sulu is the family name. Sulu, that is their adopted Fulani name, that the family name.
But they all bear Kolapo and all the rest.
So, and it goes beyond. You see somebody that's supposed to be Kanuri. You understand? Like one man's friend, like Azan, that comes there and say, yes, my father is Kanuri, but I have Fulani blood. a Fulani blood. You're that kind of. I don't know why all of them wanted to be identified with Fulani. Even obviously you are not Fulani, but you still want to. You can say your grandmother is Fulani.
It's Stockholm syndrome, isn't it?
Yes, and maybe they see it as a pathway. They see it like a pathway to greatness or for political purpose or
just the same way Yorubas want to be British, you want to be Americans. It's the same thing. Let's not sugarcoat it. We want to be who we are not. We want to speak English.
No, that's not true, really.
We want to have English
I
don't think people like to be associated with greatness. There's nothing wrong being associated with power, greatness. It's human nature. I mean, we all know the Fulanese are dominating the north. There's no doubt about it. And if you're Kanuri wanting to associate yourself with a Fulani, why not? Well, how come they're not trying to associate with a much lesser, sub tribe, so to speak? It's human nature. Just like Aurelia said, we too want to be Americans and British and all this stuff. So it is what it is.
No, not me and several others I know. I embrace my culture, 101%. My tradition is my tradition. I don't change anything about me. I don't want to change anything. That's what I always say on this platform. Like Ajanle Koko, I'm first a Yoruba man before I'm a Nigerian.
Yeah, but no, in general.
Where I come from, we say Ajishebi Oriolanri, we don't know how to, we don't see beyond ourselves. Ajishebi Oriolanri.
Oyole Shebi Baba Kenny Benny. Ajishebi Oriolanri, Oyole Shebi Baba Kenny. So even
in America, the don't, if you ask the black person, they always want to tell, not all of them, I guess, but they always want to tell them how deep they have the European ancestry, from England and Irish and Italian. They don't say I'm from Africa. they don't claim that with bold, with their chest out. They always want to trace it back to the colonial and the masters, lineage.
You mean the blacks? You mean the blacks in America?
Yes, for example. Yeah.
No, that's wrong.
Praise Daddy. They want.
If I know this thing they use now to trace ancestry, even all the big wigs, the so-called celebrity, they are either saying I'm from Congo, Cameroon, I'm of Igbo or Yoruba tribe. That's what I hear, and they display their certificate with pride.
Yeah, yeah. But you're saying now that they have this ancestry stuff that they do the DNA test, but go get a job. Barack Obama was easily accepted by the general public because of his white background. The white people saw him as acceptable. Let's not kid ourselves. How come a quote unquote a pure Negro like Jesse Jackson, which is not pure by the way, but at least Barack Obama, we know his mother was white, and they can tell. So it was more acceptable in jobs, in position around. But the people don't want to claim I'm from Congo.
I have a question for Prince Daddy. Sorry, apologies, Trump Daddy. I have a question. Do you think the white population in America, or America as a whole, will ever vote for? Because if you notice, those so-called blacks that have run so far, maybe except for Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, foreign, what's considered foreign blacks. Like Obama said, an African, and this last lady there is like an Indian, Jamaican. Do you think America will ever vote for a black person that came like from the slave lineage in America? Do you think that will ever happen? Like one of the slave descendants, FBA. Do you think that there will be a day where America will vote for a true FBA slavery, whether descendant?
I don't think so. It's not going to happen.
Like
why I say so? 14%. That is the population. Obama got that edge, not just simply because the mother is pure white. He was trained, educated. He lived with the grandparents who were pure white Caucasian.
But even Kamala's married. But I'm asking.
Sorry, BT. BT, hold on, Simba. Let's Trump have a stab at it, and then you come back. I think you were particularly interested in Trump Daddy's view, BT.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Before Trump Daddy talk, I want to ask so that you can answer this question. I want who's American? Who's American? Maybe you can answer that question.
Europeans are American.
Oh, okay. Trump Daddy has disappeared.
So what do you call the natives then?
Yeah, they're Native American. How many are there? There's about only 1 million left. So they already buy all of them. So why are we talking about them?
Even if they are one, they are still the natives.
They don't matter anymore. They
don't matter exactly.
When the population is 360 million and the native are 1 million, what are we talking about?
Okay, I think Prince left, so we can go ahead and one man. So it's not here anymore. But I just wondered because it's very particular about, because I have noticed that there seems to be this pushback if you're too blackity black, if you talk too much black or you act black, if you don't have that.
This is a very sensitive talk.
No. I'm saying that the voting bloc in America, they don't like anybody that has that kind of
but
they shy away from that.
If I may say something.
Even black is separated or differentiated. If you look at what like Tiger Woods, how he described himself, that is preposterous. You understand? Right? Asiatic, Guinea-Indian. I don't understand.
His dad is Asian. Can I say something real quick? So when you look at American population, the white population is 64% or 68%. The black population is 14%. The Asian population is like 8 to 10%. The
Hispanic
Latino population is
17 or 19. I can't remember.
Exactly. So the majority will always be that's who will always win all the time, no matter what. Like the majority will favor themselves no matter what you do. So in order for them to favor,
including religion,
and what's the majority? What's the majority when it comes to religion? What's the majority? It's Christianity. Like it's like 98%. So it's always going to favor that crowd. So for you to be a minority and want to lead a country like this, it has to mean that you have something that the majority think they're comfortable with, or they see themselves gaining from that. So if they don't see anything they can gain, or if there's election, you have one majority and you have the other minority, of course the majority will always win because they will go from themselves. It's no big deal. We're just talking about Nigeria now. If a northerner come on to run for president and you have a southerner, northerner will always win because they have the majority. And the only way southerner can win in that race is if the northerner has something they want or they can gain and they're comfortable with in the southerner. That's the only way the southerner will win. We just have to accept the fact. Majority always carry the vote every time. That's what I see in that.
Okay, Baba, can I my follow? Sorry, okay, English. Did you follow that Ladipo market story?
Yeah, you were not here. I spoke about it.
No,
one man. Before I forget, Bamiki Ojo Petovaria. Carry on, BT.
Mama, you owe me money. You owe me $100. I told you. And
one man, don't talk. I just send a message.
One man, I told you about the part Egbama would never apologize. That's we don't. He's not going to do that.
No, one man who moyawu abatini. Tovaria where?
One man, owe me that. Well, you gotta pay me, man. You owe me $100.
Don't worry. Put yourself in.
But
okay, BT, carry on, Gary.
I have a question for Baba. So they changed leadership today, right? And I found out something that was shocking. I couldn't, because I was reading the timeline on Twitter. And they said apparently they changed Ladipo Market. They changed the name to Agri University International Market. It's been there for like close to 10 years now. And now it's going to be called Palakpo Market. I'm like, when did they change Ladipo to Agri University Market? I didn't even know that was change of name.
Yeah, but
hold on, Uriola. BT, let me play you this clip and then you come in off the back of it.
And according to the ESCO approval, that henceforth the Mushin local government, one of the segments in Ladipo market, international spare part market, which was named as Paramount Market before, and all of a sudden changed to Agurusi International Spare Part Market, have been reversed to former name, which is Paramount Spare Part International Market, and in honor of the family of the Paramount Azan Olajoko, which was the developer of Radplay and died in the process of the activities of the party. So we are using this name to honor him again and refers to his name because of the struggle of the struggle of Mushin, struggle of Osun State government. In the process, he was killed in cold blood. So we are using this opportunity.
All right, BT, let me play you one more clip, because I was saying that what we're seeing now with Ladipo Market and the renaming of street names back to indigenous names is a response to this. Let me play you this clip.
Lagos now. Come on. Who get Lagos? Now we get Lagos. Come on, fall out. Ah, Miami. Come on. Who that be? Who that be? Yes, sir. Who that be? Who that be? Now we get it. Now we get Lagos.
So that's it, BT.
Yeah, just to ask Baba, because it's true negotiation. Because I didn't even know, because the race for the governorship is the battle is on now, and I've been hearing names of Obasa, this guy,
one man,
this environment guy. What's his name? The guy that from commissioner for environment.
Tokumba.
Yes, Tokumba's name has come up, and obviously TINUBU's son, and he's been cut around conservatism.
But this name is also back in play.
No, that's not going to happen. Let's not waste our time on that one. But this has been, so it's like, how conservative are you? That is what I think is the yardstick now. That they consider someone who has been too liberal, and they, not me, but the Lagosians, they say they want someone that is very conservative. That they want.
Don't mind them, Betty. They are just using that cloak of Lagosian to cause or strike a discordant note. This thing is, I think, is just a silly political season that is going on. We know, they all have rights to aspire, no doubt about that. You can't take that away from anybody and anyone amongst the lots that they are bandying around. They are eminently qualified, but then they have not gone through what I call apprenticeship. And besides, they are still young. Obasa is 52, I think. She is 39 going 40. So they will be there when another cycle comes, another 8 years, before, when everything now is sitting properly, to the extent that nobody can come and maybe derail what has been put in place. That is what we are talking about. But we know where these things are coming from. You understand? But it's not going to work, because you don't change a winning team. If not, you will score an own goal against yourself, or in what we call tennis, unforced error.
So what do you think what do you have in mind? I mean, as a negotiator, what do you
It's
think?
not who I have in mind. By structure, political structure is AMZAT that is in line to follow Sanwo-Olu.
Oh yeah, because I know he was even contesting against Sanwo-Olu now in the primaries.
Yeah, so he is the brain box behind the success of Sanwo-Olu so far. So why do you want? He's an insider. He served his apprenticeship. So why do you want to bring in people I consider to be outsider in? Because everybody talks about marginalization, and it is same that term that is being used to put other people in place, like the islanders, for instance, saying, no, we want to have a look too inside. What are you people hiding that you don't want us to come and rule? It is our turn and things like that. Fine. There's no doubt about that. But they forget that the islanders, for instance, yes, we may not have that marina government, I mean the Alausa house in our kitty, but each of the known families, we know ourselves. Come and tell me whose child is not in a high civil service position in Lagos State civil service. They should come and tell me their children or their wives. They are part of the system. You don't have to be the numero uno to be it. If you have your children strategically placed, you should be satisfied with that. But wanting that position, then go and line up. Go and study the templates. This is my take. I receive a lot of flack for these, but I'm not ashamed to say it, because I don't want what is working to be derailed or to be tweaked with, because I know it will be costly mistake. We did that during Ambode, for instance. You know, I'm taking a lot of flack for this, but I will repeat it. Ambode was there for 4 years. He did not increase that blue line by 1 foot.
You focus on the bus terminal. You just abandon it.
Exactly. Focus on something else entirely. And we desire that, because it will end up being an abandoned project. Imagine if he had done it. By now, it is the green line we'll be talking about, because the red line will have been completed 4 years ago. So it's the green line will be at the top tier of the whole thing. So that mistake, we correct it, and now they want to now reverse it again. We can afford that. They talk about a lot of things. They're even taking Lagos State government to courts on what now? The latest lawsuit. The islanders
by Duarte.
Yeah, by Duarte. You get my point.
For that Lagos thing.
It's not going to work. Look, even some of them now gang up, and then they for the Lagos Calabar Road Coastal Way, they are also behind it. They can't lie. Their finger is there. You get my point. All those posturing and everything, their fingers are there. But then who benefits from it? They started it with us. Even though he's going to Dabaru, Nigeria will end tomorrow. By the time before Nigeria and everything, that side of the Lagos of it will have been completed. So who gain? That's why I'm using the word. Why derail something that is working? I don't get it. As it stands today, we have a kind of structure that serves everybody We have an advisory governance council from different areas. You understand? And they are well served. You know what I mean when I say well served, even including Mama Koforola, Akirele Bokno, and Chief Bode George. They are well served. Even though they are in other parties, they are considered opposition.
Right. The PDP wing of Lagos Blue Bloods. I get you.
So I don't get it. And for the renaming of the Ladipo market, look, our Southeast brothers too, they are not modest. Take for instance in Alaba market. I wish Ekene is here or is listening. Do you know in Alaba market that's where which they have control 100%? Do you know an Ebonyi citizen from the Southeast cannot aspire to the presidency? They are not considered 100% Igbo. Ekene can come and deny it for me here. So this is what is happening. So when you are in discord yourself, why wouldn't we come in and take advantage of the division, even amongst you? Because they may put up a collective front openly, but behind they themselves are not united. Because if you ask me now, an Ebonyi man is proper bona fide Igbo. But amongst them they say, no, Ebonyi, no, don't even come here and contest for presidency in this market. Ask him. If he's listening, he can come on board and dispute it. So this is the problem. I know I'll be touching some stepping on some or touching sore nerves with all of this, but facts are sacred. So they have to put their houses in order. They have to put their houses in order. That's the politics of the time. It's as simple
Baba,
as that.
can I ask you a question? But what's wrong with the system in Lagos right now? Because I don't see anything wrong with it, except I understand that maybe they think Sanwo-Olu is soft, but like you said, there's already a plan, then they should not derail it. So I don't understand why all of this. I mean, what's wrong with what's going on? I mean, I don't understand.
They talk about marginalization now. In truth, actually, it's only during the military era we've had a Lagosian of the real islander stuff, because it's an error also to think we are just the only Lagosians. Lagos is now big. 1972 to this period, how many years is that? So Lagos is 50-something years old already. It's not a small state. And for people who are saying that Lagos is built by about 52 years child, not small picking. He's not wearing that shoe he used to wear again in 72. He's wearing good shoes now, well-stocked suits. Hugo Boss is wearing now. When he was federal capital, were they sewing that Hugo Boss suit for him? Or a Valentino double-breasted?
Yeah, but
Lagos
it wasn't the same states though. They have joined a lot more other areas.
That's what it has expanded. So we can uniquely say, okay, we want you to take, apart from Johnson, Mudashiru, and Shamsuddin Lawal, they are the ones that rule Lagos. But they are military men. Enjoy, my darling. They are the ones that rule Lagos. But in this dispensation, TINUBU is an islander as far as I'm concerned. If you like talk Iragbiji or Agbadagbidi, that's your business. TINUBU is an islander. But they don't consider him an islander because he's not from Central. The people of Central, like I enumerated the other time, we wear chips on our shoulder. We think we are the superior ones or the real Lagosians, but that is wrong. That assumption is very wrong.
So they want the next governor to be from Ireland. Is that what you're saying?
To be a Duarte or a Marinho or a McGregor or a Vaughan and things like that.
And don't we have someone already that is from that area that can?
Badebo for one, Revival is one.
Yeah, they are playing.
The
issue that woman, they are playing. They're in the wrong political party. They are mostly PDP.
But in reality, what do you want their worries to do? And the Eguns, who has not even tasted anything. The nearest an Egun has gone is Jafojo. Jafojo was deputy to Jakonde long time ago, last century.
You know,
what do you want them to do?
You know, if I talk about but they have this supremacist attitude, like they think they are superior to everybody else.
I worry more than the islanders now. All over, cut Ebute Meta away, cut Yaba away, and the Pangrove area. From Mushin, Itire, part of Surulere or Ijora or Jegunle, up to Okuku, down to Alimosho, and those are worry lands.
Yeah, but do you want, how would I put, what's the word I'm looking for? Do you want someone that would do a good job? Or are you just trying to rotate? Because I don't understand rotation.
A monkey will do a good job in Lagos State. I don't think anybody will go there.
Who told you that? Before a monkey can come and do that, another 2 political cycle of 16 years. Yes, a monkey can come then. The structures will be too entrenched and enmeshed to the extent that nobody can mess it up.
So
we need 16 more years of this development.
Why don't we just have someone that is qualified, that has the skills, instead of just trying to say it goes from this family house to another family house?
Is that not what we are doing to Nigeria? Why are you so surprised? It's not about what you want to do, it's about what you want to gain. And that's why everybody is thinking like that. It's not about development. The people that are claiming ownership now, is it because they want to develop the place? That's why they are doing that.
Just want power. That's it.
It's just like a Milokan. It's just like it's their turn. That's all.
And
is it your turn properly? If we even have to talk about it, what do you want their worries to do?
I think the mistake they are making is that maybe they are looking at the Lagos pre-independence.
That's what they always look at Lagos. Even Lagos, when you think of Lagos, you look at the island. You forget other places.
They are forgetting that Lagos is different from Lagos State.
Exactly.
Because even Lagos State now has some element of the Jebus also.
Yeah, Ijebu.
No, if we have to talk about those who built Lagos, actually, in this order, and people may fault me, but they can fault number one, the Jebus.
That's true. You're not lying.
Sorry, Oriola. Sorry, give me 1 second. So, gentlemen, we've come to the 4-hour mark, so I'm going to shut it down from the front. We'll take the conversation to the back. Anybody that wants to still carry on, click on the link, come join us in the after hour. So, elegant conversation still carries on. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Oriola, carry on as we shut it down.
Thank you, one man.